I guess we need David.
Yeah, we're missing him for sure.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We're on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting of the Montecito Planning Commission for October 20th to order. If we could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Well, good morning and welcome, everyone. David, would you like to do the TV coverage announcement?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSP TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSP TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the website, the county's website, and will be available for download in a day or two. Would you like me to move on to roll call?
Yes, please.
Great. Commissioner Police,
Here.
Commissioner Keller,
Here.
Commissioner Senauer,
Here.
Commissioner Miller,
Here.
and Chair Kupiak.
Here.
Thank you.
And I guess we could use an agenda status update.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. In regards to our agenda, I do want to point out that we have an additional item on the agenda, item number 11, that relates to recent legislation that was passed and a receive and file and direction to staff. Once we get to item 11, we'll provide additional information, and we have Mr. Pettit from County Council Office available to provide some background information on that one. So we'll pick that up when we get to that one in the administrative agenda. In regards to the standard agenda, we have 3 items on that agenda. We had a briefing scheduled by the Bucket Brigade, and then 2 single-family dwelling projects listed. And staff's ready and prepared to present on those items today. So that concludes the projection report. No, sorry, agenda, status of the agenda. Forgot what I was doing for a second. Mr. Chair, would you like me to move on to the projection report?
I would indeed.
So in regards to the projection report, our next scheduled hearing is November 17th. We have a number of items listed on there, which is the Casa Dorinda open space report to the Planning Commission. We have the lot split was continued to November 17th, the Maradero lot split, and then we have another project on that date as well, the Edgecliff Gatehouse, which is a variance. And then we have Long Range Planning is asked to put an item on there in regards to an update on the sea level or coastal program amendment and give a status to the Montecito Planning Commission on that date. Our next hearing after that is scheduled for December 15th. We have noted that Commissioner Keller will be absent that day. However, I would recommend 2 things: to leave it on the agenda, and based on information we received today on item 11, due to remote hearings, that we leave that on the projection report for now. We may need that hearing for some administrative business related to remote hearings. And then January, we don't have anything projected. So that concludes the projection report today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to public comment for any items that are not on our standard agenda today. David, do we have any?
Recording in progress.
Any takers?
Mr. Chair, I was just looking at the pre-registration. I don't think we had anyone sign up for general public comment today. No. And I don't see anyone in the room raising their hand. So, I'll ask, I'm sorry. So if you are signed up for any items on our standard agenda and you'd like to speak on our general public comment, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. Mr. Chair, I don't see any takers on that.
Okay, well, we will close public comment and move on to planning commissioners' informational reports. Does anyone have any activities to report? I'm looking, you know what, I'm not seeing. any. Commissioner Kelly,
Yes, I did have my hand raised. I guess is it showing up?
I'm trying to find out how to see that. Hang on, it's great. Okay, yes, Commissioner Keller.
Thank you. I just wanted to report that I did have a phone conversation with Steve Fort, who represents the Malkin single family dwelling. We didn't discuss any content. He just offered to make himself available to answer questions prior to the hearing, which I did not avail myself of. And I also wanted to make a comment in regard to the briefing of the Bucket Brigade. As you know, I had a meeting last spring with Abe Powell, the head of the Bucket Brigade, who is going to be speaking this morning. And at the time, when he told me he'd done a presentation for the Montecito Association with visuals, and when he gave me personally an update about the plans of Bucket Brigade, that's when I asked if he would be here before the commission. And this is the first time we've been able to coordinate an appearance. I just wanted to explain, so he doesn't have to, that unfortunately he understood that I knew that the Public Works was present during that Montecito Association meeting. And he assumed that Public Works would be invited to come today to the hearing to be present because he feels these are all joint projects. And he has kindly agreed to come, even though Public Works was not invited, and answer questions. But he wants us to know that his answers will be limited to what he can say in regard to the Bucket Brigade. And if we have questions outside of that sphere, then we may need to request that Public Works come to us soon to give a report on what they're jointly working on. So just by way of explaining my misunderstanding, and this is why he will be somewhat limited in the comments and answers he can give us today, but we appreciate his coming. Thank you.
Commissioner Miller.
I also had a phone conversation with Steve Fort, representative for the Malkin application, and
Mr. Chair, if I can interrupt for a second. I'm sorry, Commissioner Miller.
oh, no.
Two things, just a clarification. Right now, we're on the information reports by commissioner. So any comments related to that agenda items should be limited to those items, like item number 1, the Bucket Brigade, and item 2, as far as ex parte. So I would recommend that we leave our ex parte disclosures to those agenda items when it comes up on the agenda. And this is more informational reporting on items that the commissioner has that isn't on the agenda as far as sharing that.
Understood.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a lot to say right now.
Well, I see everyone's hand has gone down because we all have ex parte issues to report. So I think we can move on to the approval of the minutes of September 15th. Are there any comments? Do I have a motion? Commissioner Senauer?
Yes, I move to approve the minutes of MPC September 15th, 2021.
I second the motion.
Roll call vote.
Commissioner Police,
Yes.
Commissioner Keller,
Yes.
Commissioner Senauer,
Yes,
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Chair Kupiec.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We will now move on to the director's report and the summary of the Board of Supervisors hearings. I believe Director Plowman is up.
Members of the commission. So today, I don't have a lengthy report today. It's just be quite brief, actually. Just a quick update on COVID-19. Our offices are remaining open to people with appointments. We have developed a survey that we have posted online so that we can get feedback from the public regarding the level of appointments that we have and the ability people have to contact staff. So right now, people can either come in by appointment, they can schedule a virtual appointment, they can call, or they can email. And we wanted to make sure that people felt that they had sufficient avenues to access public counter and staff if they have questions. So if you are working with people in the community and they have comments about that, please direct them to that survey. It is posted online. Because we'd like to get that feedback, and we'll make adjustments as necessary. I did want to, I know you have an item on your agenda about the making findings to continue to operate remotely. What I will say is that the department is continuing to adhere to the recommendations of the CDC and our health officer with respect to the mask wearing and distancing. And we have been recommending that our boards and commissions do remain remote for the time being, because the facilities that we have don't allow for much spacing between individuals and staff. And we have a fair number of staff with young children that have not been vaccinated. And so we're just trying to make sure that everybody remains safe until we are sure that we can move forward with going back into in-person hearings. So you'll learn more about that under that item, but I just wanted to share that with you. In terms of board action, the board, I'm sorry, I'm just going to return to a note here. I believe I reported to you previously, but I want to make sure I get this back with you, is that the board did extend our emergency revisions to the ordinance package that at the beginning of COVID, we brought an ordinance package that allowed for some greater flexibility for businesses to continue to operate. And that was extended one time, and now it's been extended the second time. And those amendments, those emergency amendments, are in place to continue to help with the impacts of COVID as well as economic recovery. And those are extended to October 31st. And I believe I mentioned that at our last meeting, but I wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. So there hasn't been a tremendous amount of activity at the board that relates to the Montecito Planning Commission. They have been taking action on some cannabis projects. They also heard residential development up in Orcutt on Key Site 3. But what I can share is what the upcoming board actions will be. They will be hearing appeals of other cannabis items on December 14th. That is Montecito. That's something, yeah. Commissioner Miller knows about that. They will be hearing a climate change vulnerability assessment update, which is something that the long range planning has been working on. It's the first phase of the safety element update. And they're taking the findings of that initial research to the board on November 9th. So if you're interested in learning about that, I recommend that you watch that board hearing. Once the board receives and files that report, the division is going to continue to work on the safety element update. They will be hearing an appeal of an ADU in Isla Vista on November 2nd. And then Oasis, which is a project in Orcutt on the, I'm sorry, I'm sort of all over here with my dates, but December 7th. And then they have an appeal of a determination that I made about Santa Barbara Ranch, which is up on the Gaviota Coast, being in compliance with the development agreement. And my determination had been appealed by EDC and I think Mark Chatillo. And then there are a series of cannabis appeals that will be heard by the board, but dates have not been identified yet. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Stenhour?
Oh, I think you're muted, Commissioner Stenhour.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and update. A couple questions. There have been community members, and it's been in the press regarding the Randall debris basin. Is there anything you can share at this time, or is it proprietary where it's going from now? There seems to be a stop work because of litigation, et cetera. So can you amplify that at all, or where do we stand on that? And the other question is the STR short-term rental overlay in the coastal zone with the Coastal Commission. Those are basically my two questions. Thank you very much.
Sure. Commissioner Stenhour, through the chair. So I don't have any information on what's happening on Randall Road or with the debris basin. That would be something I'd have to investigate with Public Works, since they are overseeing that, and I don't have any updates on that. And with respect to the short-term rentals in the coastal zone, so at the time the board approved the long-range work program for LRP, we decided that item would be continued to next fiscal year. There were so many competing demands that the board felt that particular item didn't rise to the level of being critical the way the other programs did. Many of them were state mandated. So we had to redirect staff to continue to work on those, but we will come back to the short-term rental program in the coastal zone in a future fiscal year.
Okay, I'm sorry, I said those were my two questions. My third question is regarding, of course, the Alisal fire and Tahigua's, Gaviota Coast in general, but Tahigua's landfill and recovery center. Can you give us any updates on that and how things are progressing?
Sure. Commissioner Stenhour, through the chair. The fire, they've got the fire pretty well under control. I believe it was maybe 95% contained at this point. I didn't hear the exact percentage from Chair Hartwig, or I'm sorry, Chief Hartwig, but I do know that there was some damage at the landfill. I think to the digester that they've been working on. I believe the MRF was not damaged. I don't have any information on that, but we will, more than likely, the building department will be going out and doing some inspections on damage. And when I get more information, I'll be happy to share that with you. What I have to say is we're really grateful that they were able to stop the fire where they did.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Keller?
Excuse me. I was just going to say that this morning's News Hawk reported that they're facing an estimated, the landfill is facing an estimated $20 million in damage and closure costs, and that what is needing to be repaired are all the PVC piping for whatever it is they use that for. Is that what you're referring to, Director Stevens, Peterson?
Plowman.
Plowman, sorry. You knew who I meant. I apologize.
I did. I believe those are related to the digester that they've been working on.
Is that what it's, okay, that I didn't know what it was called. It just showed pictures. Thank you. I was just looking that up because I read that this morning. My actual question had to do with, you said there was an ADU appeal in Orcutt?
No, in Isla Vista.
Isla Vista, I apologize. But on what grounds can one appeal an ADU, since we were told it was not appealable?
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, we don't have our ADU rules and regulations in place yet because they're still under review by the Coastal Commission staff. And so all the changes to the coastal zone are not in effect. And so the applicant was trying to take advantage of some aspects of the state law that aren't in effect in the coastal zone at this point in time.
I see. But you anticipate that it will not meet what will ultimately be the requirements. I mean, that's why that's why it was rejected, and they are appealing it.
It was rejected because those aspects of the law are not in place this time, and we don't know if they will be put into place by the Coastal Commission. So it's possible that this applicant will come back and resubmit something once the rules are in place and they have a better idea of what will be permitted.
Thank you. Good. And I do have one other question. You said that the ordinance provisions are extended until October 31st. Does this concern the outdoor dining potential? For some reason, I thought that it was much longer than just this October 31st, which is this week. You mean of 2023, 2022, don't you?
No, 2023.
2023. Okay, you said October 31st, which is not long from now. So wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Miller.
Dr. Plowman, this is a follow-up on a previous request, which I in no way was expecting to come to this meeting, but I didn't want to make it. I wanted to make sure it didn't get lost. And my request is for kind of an educational presentation about the RENA numbers and
Yes.
how that applies to my understanding is a little knowledge is a very dangerous thing. So my understanding is that there is an ink blot that is the Montecito Summerlin kind of bigger area RENA zone, potentially, where numbers would get sub-allocated. And then there is a separate ink blot that is the Montecito Planning Commission. Is that, I worry I have misconceptions about this, but I guess my curiosity about this is that we get the county RENA number and it kind of flows down to kind of subregions and understanding both how that would impact the area that is covered by the Montecito Planning Commission, regardless of whether we have an input on it. And then is there a role either in its initial implementation, or is it a consideration once it's implemented for how we view projects going forward? And I know this is not a topic like in the next 1 month, 2 months, 3 months kind of time frame, but I am ignorant of the topic enough that I would love to be educated on it.
Yes, Commissioner Miller through the chair. So we do have a sort of a housing update scheduled. We're working on, and I believe it's going to be in November.
Okay.
So that the LRP will come and talk to you not only about RENA, but about the most recent legislation and what we expect to see from that. I will tell you that the RENA numbers were divided by North County and South County this year. And so we know what the numbers are in North County and we know what the numbers are in South County. And we have a fair amount in South County. So we have over 4,000 housing units that need to be accommodated, and we're doing a needs assessment now. So I think I'd like to wait until we have a little bit more information with the land needs assessment and land inventory before I give more data. And I think that's what we're waiting for with LRP staff to complete before they come back and talk to you, so they can give you more complete information.
And I absolutely track that logic. I guess what I was wondering is if.
Oh, by the way, there are no ink dots.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. No, but that I guess the question is kind of, I feel like I have misconceptions about it and I don't understand it very well. So that I guess what I would ask for is maybe in a subsequent meeting, a education about kind of generically how the process works, so that when long-range planning is showing up with the presentation of what's being implemented, we are fertile ground to be absorbing that kind of new information. I guess I'm trying to speak from a position of profound ignorance on this topic.
Commissioner Miller, I understand and appreciate that. It's quite a lot to track. It's quite a lot to track, but I think what the best approach for us is for them to lay the groundwork for you in their presentation. They can explain RENA. It's you know, they allocate numbers based on income. And I have to be careful here because we're not agendized for this. And if we go too deeply into something, but you know, we get numbers and then we have to look across all of our communities, look at where the needs are, and then assess how much land is available and what it's zoned for. And then we have to think about where rezonings could occur and where, you know, how the communities are going to be accommodating the housing numbers. So it's a process, and you know, we're going to be working on this for the next 2 years. The board has to make a decision on the housing element by February 2023. So there will be more information coming your way, but I think LRP will do a good job of really explaining to you how it all works. And certainly we can meet with you in advance if you have more questions than some of the other commissioners and kind of give you a briefing individually. If that would feel.
No, that would be, thank you. I just, to explain my interest in this topic is that I have a belief that this will attract a certain level of attention at a certain point, and both in the community and potentially in this context, we as a board, whether we even have a role to play in this or not, will be queried about it. And so the ability to kind of thoughtfully address it, even at earlier stages was my thinking on it. I'm happy to do that one-on-one because other commissioners may very well have a much better understanding of this topic than I do. So
we'll make sure you're well informed so you can respond to questions.
I appreciate that.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
I think that concludes my report.
thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
I think we're going to move on to item number 11. I guess, Jeff, you're going to give us an update on the COVID-19 state of emergency circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Pettit from County Counsel's office to provide an overview to the commission.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to provide a little legal background on this agenda item for you today. During the COVID emergency, there have been executive orders in place suspending certain Brown Act requirements that have allowed the Montecito Planning Commission to meet remotely, including requirements that agendas be posted at each teleconference location and that the public have access to each location. Those executive orders have expired, but AB 361, recently passed into law, has amended portions of the Brown Act to allow public bodies to continue to meet remotely if certain requirements are met. For purposes of today's meeting, those requirements have been met because the county remains under a state or local state of emergency, and the county's local public health officer continues to recommend measures to promote social distancing. Today, the agenda is set up for you to receive and file that information, and for the commission to provide direction to staff on how it would like to meet at future hearings. There are two options. One, if you would like to return to meeting in person, that is allowed, and the agenda will be updated to reflect that. Alternatively, if you would like to continue to meet remotely, then the requirement is that every 30 days, the commission will need to meet to make findings by majority vote that one, the commission has considered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and two, that either the state of emergency continues to directly impact the ability of the members to meet safely in person, or that state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and I do recommend that you call for public comment before making a motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanauer.
Yes, I believe that it's most appropriate and prudent to understanding what council has just referenced, the two options, to support option 2 and to review every 30 days in the interest of public safety, this meeting standard. And I think until that time, I would again recommend prudence and that we revisit every 30 days. This is a receive and file, correct? Is this not a motion? This is not action at this time, or is it? It's just direction.
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair. So today's item is set up for you to receive and file this information and to provide direction to staff on how the commission would like to meet moving forward. So there's no action on future hearings today. It's just a receive and file item, but staff is looking for direction on how the commission would like to meet moving forward, because that'll impact, how they set up for the next meeting.
I understand. So I would like to advance that we receive and file and give direction to staff that we are to consider and advance the 30-day review of this AB 361 and meeting virtually. Thank you. That's my recommendation.
Commissioner Keller.
Thank you. I see in the hearing room at least 2, possibly 3 people. I'm sorry, Mr. Villalobos, I can't see everybody, but I'm just wondering what would be involved with our in-person meetings at this time. I myself am in favor of in-person meetings because I feel that public comment tends to get stifled with these virtual meetings, and I think that's a very important aspect of our responsibility, is to provide a forum for public comment. And so it looks like if the commissioners could be adequately separated by space, then there should be enough room in the hearing room for however many people need to be there usually. Could I have confirmation of this or some feedback on that from Mr. Wilson or Mr. Villalobos, please?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, I'm also going to let Director Plowman respond to that. But in general, as to follow Director Plowman's comments earlier, our recommendation to both the County Planning Commission and the Montecito Planning Commission is based on the number of staff and individuals we have and spacing requirements in the hearing room. We're recommending to remain remote as to be able to provide adequate safety distances and to prevent the spread of any variants or of COVID-19. So at this time, we don't recommend returning back into in-person hearings due to just spacing requirements in that hearing room, and having staff individuals there that have either people at home or associations that may or may not be vaccinated, and putting other people at risk potentially for the spread. So Director Plowman, do you have anything you'd like to add to that as well?
Well, I hear you, but that was not my question.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair. We've looked at it and we do not think we have the ability to adequately space everybody and provide the level of service that we need to ensure that the hearing runs smoothly and can be managed by GATV and our staff. So we've looked at that, made that determination. I'm completely aware of your concern about having in-person hearings, and we are interested in returning to in-person when we think it's safe. We are happy to try and work with people who feel like they need some assistance in being able to participate remotely if they feel like they have some challenges with that. But at this point in time, we have a recommendation from our health officer about physical distancing in our hearing rooms. And we're recommending that you follow that. We've asked all of our other boards and commissions to do the same.
I see. My question, I understand that, and thank you. My question was about what did you contemplate as being the number of people that would need to be accounted for in the hearing room, such that adequate distancing would have to be provided. Are you counting on 5 commissioners plus how many staff members did you incorporate into your calculations?
So Commissioner Keller, through the chair, if we open up to public hearing and we have in-person hearings, then we'll be having the public in that space as well.
Of course, but the area for the public is very spread out, given that we are now having, and we could possibly make requirements of vaccination such that all the theaters in town are doing. We're just trying to see how we might possibly move forward.
Yeah, we factored all that in, Commissioner Keller, and we looked at it. And based on that, we don't know exactly how many people will show up. We are trying to do the best we can to accommodate your concerns and keep people safe. That's as much as I can tell you. We've looked at the spacing requirements and the ability to have you on GATV and the ability to accommodate the public. And we, at this time, are not recommending that you do that. And that's as much as I can tell you.
Okay, so Commissioner Senauer's suggestion of revisiting every 30 days was, I understood it to be that we would reconsider it at a meeting by meeting basis. Was your intention? That was your intention?
It's required by law.
So we are right now.
Every 30 days, the boards and commissions reassess the situation, which we will assist you with. And then you have to make findings to determine that you will remain remote, that's in the best interest.
So Commissioner Senauer's response was that we will make a decision now regarding the November meeting, and then in November we will make a decision about the December meeting. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Police.
Well, I think that's pretty clear. So I don't have a problem with any of this, and I appreciate the desire to keep us safe. Some of us are not spring chickens, and so I admire the county for thinking of everybody, including us old folks. So I'm good with waiting. Thank you.
Commissioner Miller.
As part of this consideration, I'm curious, on our Big Brother Planning Commission, there's oftentimes this kind of video deck where people in the county, if they're meeting in the South County, people in the North County are kind of coming in by video or vice versa. Obviously, the Montecito Planning Commission doesn't need that on the basis of geography, but if we get to a point where we are having in-person meetings and a majority of people are comfortable, will we have the capability to add in Zoom comments for people who have a heightened level of concern or health issues cause for a tighter strike zone in the spirit of this week, in terms of allowing them to appear virtually even if we're there in person?
Yeah, Commissioner Miller, through the chair, this is Secretary Wilson. As we have seen over the last year, our world has changed, and our recommendation today is that we remain remote, at least for the next 30 days, and we reconsider it in November. However, going forward, as we look at the horizon, we are internally looking at trying to provide a hybrid hearing environment to where people can participate remotely through Zoom or whatever platform we're using at that time. So that is being considered, Commissioner Miller, and we're looking at trying to incorporate that into the future.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Senauer.
Yes. Again, I have made a motion, I believe, to remain virtual, to revisit every 30 days, receive and file and give direction, I believe, to have virtual meetings of the commission. And I believe it's our duty of care, both as a community, as the county, as public health, etc., to advance this. So that is my motion, to receive, file, and to virtual, and to revisit every 30 days.
Commissioner Police.
I'm sorry, my hand's up, but I would second that.
Mr. Chair,
we're going to open us up to public comment. Don't worry.
Sorry, I had already seconded that, and my questions were just as part of discussion. But thank you very much, Mr. Wilson, because my concern, my concern is primarily about public comment and public access. And if you're looking at those options, that would certainly satisfy my concern. So thank you for letting us know that that is part of the conversation. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that I think that as we move forward after living through the last year, that a hybridized version of our meetings, so that even beyond COVID-19, that there's the possibility for public participation in the meetings. I share Commissioner Keller's concern that there is a very much of a difference between meeting in person and not meeting in person. However, I am ready. I fully embrace the county's recommendation and will rely on their guidance to us in terms of how we conduct our meetings in the future as we review this on a monthly basis. But I do think that in the post-COVID experience, that our community would be better served when we do wind up having, in-person meetings, that there be a hybridized method for participants who can't show up in person to be able to participate in our meetings. So that said, I'm going to open this subject up to public comment to see if there are any comments from the public on this in this regard. David, is there anybody in the queue?
Chair Kupiec, all of our speakers signed up for items on our standard agenda, but if there's anyone present who would like to speak on this item, just raise your hand in Zoom and I'll call on you. Chair Kupiec, I don't see any hands raised.
So seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, and I am going to ask for a roll call vote based on the motion that has been made and seconded.
Commissioner Police,
Yes.
Commissioner Keller,
Yes.
Commissioner Senauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Chair Kupiec.
Emphatically, yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Thank you. That we can now move on to our standard agenda, and I would ask that we have our presentation from the Bucket Brigade.
Mr. Chair, just before Mr. Powell starts, I just wanted to just for the record, read the item into the record.
Thank you.
The Montecito Planning Commission will receive a briefing from the Bucket Brigade regarding their plans for pathways throughout Montecito.
Thank you all. My video doesn't seem to be enabled. I'm trying to get video going here. And I may have to log back out and in because I'm unable to switch it on here.
Chair Kupiec,
Yes.
while Mr. Powell is logging out and in, I guess, wanted to forward my remarks from the commissioner's informational reports to, I guess, a ex parte acknowledgement about this presentation. So everything I said before applies to this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miller?
Along those lines, it's not exactly ex parte, but when this presentation was given to the Montecito Association, I was volunteering on the Montecito Association board. And so I have, in an ex parte way, heard from Mr. Powell and Mr. Sneddon on this before.
Thank you. I see something.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, maybe we could recommend a quick 5-minute break to see if Mr. Powell could come back on video and get the technology worked out.
I think it's a great idea. Gives us a chance to get yet another cup of coffee. We're going to take a 10-minute break, actually, and we will resume this meeting at 10 o'clock.
Okay, thanks. And could somebody check my permissions, because I'm able to log into other Zooms, but I'm unable to turn on my video at this meeting. I just double checked.
Your permissions are correct.
Okay.
Okey-doke. See you at 10.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air. Sorry for the delay. There were just a couple of extra steps required in downloading this presentation file.
Well, I guess it's all yours, Abe. You're muted.
Do we have a presentation? Where do we stand?
Yes, if our CSP TV staff can just broadcast there we go. Thank you.
Okay, let's give this a try. I think I can, maybe if I pin that to my screen, I can barely see it. Let's see. Yeah. All right, here we go. Great. So to begin, Chair, members of the board, thank you for inviting me here today to present the Walk Montecito project to the Planning Commission. This project has been in development my entire life. As a Cold Spring school student, I experienced firsthand the challenges of walking to school in a community where there is minimal pedestrian access. And so the story of Walk Montecito starts after the debris flow. Next slide. Where we kind of were reminded of a problem in Montecito, which is that it's dangerous to walk in this community. There are very few bike lanes. There are only a couple sidewalks, and most of the community is disconnected from a pedestrian standpoint. Next slide. And so after the debris flow, I was driving along North Jameson Road, which was badly damaged by the debris flow. And here's a photo of North Jameson. Next slide. And I saw a couple kids that I coach in soccer walking in the street because there was nowhere for them to walk on the side of the road. And so, like classic parent, I rolled down my window and I said, "Hey kids, get out of the street." And the kids looked at me like this. And the question was, where were they supposed to go? Because there was no path on the side of the road. There was no sidewalk. There was debris and dirt and rocks, and they're walking in the street, which is dangerous. I was concerned. I was like, hey, kids walking in the street, this is not good. Next slide. And I started thinking about it. It's not safe for the kids who walk to school. And as I drove along, I realized it's not safe for the people that work in Montecito, that take the bus and then walk to their jobs. It's an unsafe condition. Next slide. And, looks like it duplicated. Next. And I realized that if we didn't take some action, that somebody could get injured or even killed. Next slide. And, what we know is that people do get injured and have been killed walking in the street in Montecito because it's dangerous. Next slide. So the question was, what can we do? I'm driving in my car. I'm thinking, what can I do? How can we work together to make walking and biking safer for our kids, for our neighbors, and for everybody, the people that work here, the whole community? Next slide. The answer is, build them a trail. If you want people to walk off of the road, you've got to give them somewhere to walk, and that means a trail. Next slide. So the first question I had, like most people, when there's a problem, is like, why didn't the government do something about it, right? Why haven't they made a trail for these kids? There's an answer for that. And the next slide is that the community plan has created a situation in which the way we defined our community as a semi-rural place with a lack of sidewalks and narrow winding roads has started creating challenges for the other goals of the community, like easy access to walking and riding trails. Next slide. And in fact, what we found over my lifetime, and especially over the last 20 years, is that the lack of sidewalks and narrow winding roads And the community plan framing of that is now preventing easy access to walking and riding trails, to the beaches, to recreational facilities, and to the shopping centers and restaurants of Montecito. Next slide. So the community plan does provide for trails, the creation of trails and walking paths within road right-of-ways. So at least there's that. Next slide. And so in frustration, about 14 years ago, a group of homeowners and parents got together and decided to make a path on San Ysidro because kids were walking in an unsafe condition up the street to Montecito Union School. And they partnered with Coast and with Cold Springs and other schools, and the neighborhood came together and came up with a walking path using federal funding and a partnership with the government. And initially, there was a big fight, and the community thought, as you can see in this slide, that this was going to lead to the end of Montecito and it was going to be terrible. But actually, next slide, it turned out awesome. And the path was beautiful. People use it every day. Kids walk to school, people walk their dogs, and it actually made the community better and more valuable. Next slide. But the problem was the process took 4 years and cost $500,000. And what the result was only 1/2 mile of trail, which is really not a lot. And from a governmental perspective, that's not necessarily good fiduciary responsibility. To invest that much time and money in that public improvement is a challenge for governmental agencies if they're trying to be fiscally responsible. Next slide. So the community got together and said, how can we make a path forward that won't be so problematic? And what they did was the local public schools, the Montecito Association, the fire department all got together and created a Walk Montecito Trail program. And they said, in an effort to make it easier to build trails moving forward, let's establish some trail vernacular and some aesthetics and a kind of plan to work moving forward. And they released this guide, and you can see it's endorsed by Cold Springs, Montecito Union, the county, Montecito Association, fire department. Next slide. The idea was, the solution, and you can see right in the middle here, let's make trails. But in the 10 years following that, exactly no trails were built. Next slide. You can see this was adopted by the Montecito Association. So this has been adopted by the community, this approach to trail making. Next slide. So there were a couple styles of trails that were laid out within this. One was kind of a formal trail. And so on the left, you see an existing MPC approved trail in front of Casa Dorinda with a ramp. On the right, you see our connection to that trail on Olive Mill Road, immediately below that intersection. So those are two examples of this kind of formal trail. And next slide. Here's some other examples of on-road formal trails. They have decomposed granite. They're right along the side of the road there, semi-ADA compliant. Next slide. So the goals of formal trails, characteristics, DG construction, succulent planning, meandering where there's a big enough easement to allow for meandering, and ADA compliance as a goal. Next slide. There are also informal trails existing in the community, and those are mentioned in this Walk to School trail program. So here is an example of an existing informal trail. This is the Sheffield Road Trail near the intersection at East Valley. Next slide. Here we have an existing informal trail at Cold Spring School. Next slide. So informal trails. Some examples: East Valley, San Leandro, Cold Spring, characteristics, mostly dirt, or wood chips, and they tend to have maintenance issues. When it rains, they get mucky, and the wood chips wash away and subject to a fair amount of erosion, but still walkable. Next slide. So this leads us to the state of affairs before the Walk Montecito project. So you can see this map. There is a little bit of pedestrian access in the center of the community along San Ysidro. There's a fairly decent network of trails on the right-hand side between Sheffield and the Ennisbrook open space, and almost nothing to the west. So Cold Springs disconnected, Cleveland disconnected, Mount Carmel, no trail, no connection, Casa Dorinda, nothing connecting them. And so we have, a situation here where the community is actually physically and in some ways, spiritually disconnected in this network. Next slide. So that takes us back to our initial problem. There's nowhere for people to walk. People are walking in the street and it's dangerous. What are we going to do? Next slide. So the answer is to build some trails, and that's exactly what we started doing in 2019. Next slide. So post-debris flow, we reached out to Santa Barbara Public Works, and we said, we have this brochure for the Walk Montecito Trail program. The Walk to School Trail program, and we'd like to build a trail. And they said, yes, you may. If you get a road enhancement partnership permit and work in the public roadway easement along North Jameson and agree to maintain that trail, we will let you build a trail. And so we said, great, let's do this. Next slide. So we started on North Jameson. Next slide. First thing we did was partner up, and you can see a list of our partners there, raised some money, got some partners, and got to work. Next slide. So in 6 weeks, for less than $100,000, we successfully built a half mile of trail, and those same kids you see walking on the left are now walking on the trail. And not only did we make this roadway more accessible, safer for bicyclists and pedestrians, but we also made it more beautiful for everybody who lives in the community and people who drive by at the entrance to Montecito. Next slide. In comparing the work that was done on North Jameson, again, we're talking about this process that we went through thanks to the work of Coast and others to set up that Walk to School program. We did what took 4 years and $500,000 a decade ago and replicated the same thing in 6 weeks for $100,000. So big change there, right? So at the request of the neighbors in the community, we moved on to improve Olive Mill Road. Next slide. With the help of our partners, next slide, we connected Casa Dorinda to Coast Village Road and to the North Jameson Walking Trail. So in doing this, we've now connected the upper village to the lower village for the first time in Montecito history with pedestrian access. So we've connected schools, we did the return to goods and services, to the beach. Now people can walk an ADA compliant trail up and down this street and access the open space at Casa, also known as the Peter Bakewell Trail. Next slide. In partnership with Public Works, now that we saw that this was an effective we could do this work effectively and in a cost-effective way and timely way, we could get it done quickly. We worked with Public Works to establish access on Hot Springs Road, just primary kind of into Montecito. Let's see the next. So we partnered, we're endorsed by all those in the community, by Coast, by the Community Environmental Council, by Das Williams' office, and we partnered up and got to work. Next slide. This is the bottom of Hot Springs at Vaughn's before the Walk Montecito Trail project. And let's see the next slide. That's after. So we still have a bike lane, full regulation size bike lane, but now we have a place, safe place for people to walk, and it's been decorated with succulents and mulched, and it looks nice. Next slide. We worked our way up the road, converting really difficult access into safe and easy access. Next slide. And where people were walking in the street before, now they have a safe place all the way up to Middle Road. Next slide. And we now see where people were hardly walking on the street before. Now we see families walking every day up and down this trail. Next slide. And here's the corner of Middle Road. And this goes to kind of the aesthetics of the project. When you look at these two slides, before and after, we didn't just make a place for people to walk and make it safe for pedestrians. We tried to make it much more beautiful. And I think when you look at these photos, you'll see that it is more beautiful. It's a much nicer intersection now, and it's welcoming, and it's pretty. Next slide. So we kept working. We worked our way from Olive Mill up to Mount Carmel, and I'm pleased to announce that we completed that section of in time for the first day of school at Mount Carmel, and we had a ribbon cutting, and the trail was personally blessed by Father Lawrence. It was lovely. And next slide. So now today you can see that we have connected Casa Dorinda and Mount Carmel. The network and all of those are connected to the upper and lower village with pedestrian access and to the Ennisbrook open space. Also connected is Laguna Blanca School. So we're seeing more community connection, more access for people in Montecito. Next slide. So what are the next steps? Western Montecito is still completely without trails. And how are we going to address that? So let's connect Montecito, all of Montecito, with a trail. Next slide. The goal of Walk Montecito is to connect all 7 schools in the community with a safe pedestrian trail to connect the upper and lower villages, the mountain and the ocean for everybody in the community, for the kids, for the grown-ups, for the dog walkers, and for the people that take the bus and work in this community and walk on these streets every day. Next slide. Construction goals, as always, are to keep the trail as far off the road as possible within the public right-of-way easement. So there are places where there are wide easements. There are places where there's a narrow easement along the side of the road. And where possible, the goal is to meander the trail to create space between the pedestrians and the cars wherever possible, and to plant in between some succulents to make it pretty, and also to encourage cars to stay on their side of the lane. Here, next slide. This is all reflective of the goals of the Montecito Community Plan, which is to pursue access of trails, to consistently move forward with planning and implementation of pedestrian access, and to make sure there are signs for people to find their way around. Next slide. One of the questions that's come up in this project is, what about trail maintenance? Of course, trail maintenance is very important and has been historically a challenge on the government-funded San Ysidro Trail. But what the format of this permit, the REP permit, is that anything that is installed needs to be maintained. And so our approach has been not to build a trail anywhere where we have not pre-funded a maintenance fund to allow that to be maintained and to be kept safe for the community moving forward. Next slide. So each section of trail will not be built until there's a maintenance fund in place for that section of trail. And that is how we will proceed to move forward in any in each section that we build in the coming years. Next slide. So this is the Walk Montecito project. Our goal, connect Montecito and make this a walkable community for everyone. We hope that you join us and support this project. And next slide. We hope that you will connect with the community and with the Bucket Brigade in making this project happen in the near term, so that our kids in our lifetime will be able to walk safely in our community, and we will be able to leave a legacy showing the kids and the whole community that we care about them, we care about their safety, and we're not just going to talk about it, but we're willing to step up and do something to make it right. Next slide. You can learn more from the Santa Barbara Bucket website, www.sbbucketbrigade.org. And I look forward to questions, and thank you for letting me present.
Well, Abe, I think the work that you guys have done is remarkable. And, if stepping up to the plate is a term, that I truly believe in. I think community service is a important thing for everybody to kind of embrace, but you have done a truly remarkable job. And I personally thank you for your efforts in the Bucket Brigade for what they've done here in Montecito. It's great. Commissioner Police.
I definitely second that. Abe, you're a great leader, and we appreciate it. And if there's ever a city in Montecito, I'm sure you'll be a prime candidate for mayor. But you're nice and young. You could do it. So anyway, I wanted to ask you about maintenance and how much responsibility are we asking, if any, of the county to help in this regard? I know that's kind of and do you think of maintenance? Do you think of 5 years, 10 years? How do we fund that? And what do you see the hurdles are for this part of the project?
Commissioner Police and Chair, to answer that question, it's a great question. So, one of the things that people asked a lot after San Ysidro was, hey, after it rains, what's the plan when a DG gets rutted? One of the challenges of DG is that it's not like cement; it needs maintenance, and the plants need maintenance. All of it needs maintenance. So what we've done is use Montecito Trails kind of maintenance guidelines in budgeting, and set up a trail maintenance endowment. So the idea is each section of trail, there will be an endowment for that trail section, and we will use that money to maintain the trails each year. So there will be kind of constant maintenance, but more intense maintenance after rains, as you might imagine, especially on the steeper sections of the trail. The county is not on the hook for this. So the rep permit process, that's put on the permit holder. So the maintenance is owned by the permit holder, and for that reason, to kind of establish something that is safe and independent of the project, we're setting up this maintenance endowment with the Santa Barbara Foundation to hold that money and to use the yield off of that endowment to maintain the trails each year, moving forward in perpetuity.
So, Abe, but is there any contradiction or any, I think the county is going to look at this thing. Will they not be sued if somebody has a problem, falls down, hurts themselves? Are they held harmless, the county?
I think that's a question for the county attorney, but I know in the public right of way, there are some guidelines and there are some, existing structures that protect the county.
The reason why I'm bringing it up is that I would think that certain specifications, if they're not met, like say there is big ruts after a storm, how much time do we have to bring it back to how it was? And is there any pressure put upon you or by the county? Is there just any foreign unforeseen conflicts that you see that we have to deal with?
No, because we have a history of trails. So kind of earlier in the presentation, what we saw was, whether we're talking about San Ysidro and the maintenance requirements there, that's done by the county. or we're talking about the Sheffield Trail or East Valley, which routinely gets washed out in rains and gets maintained by Montecito Trails Foundation. So we have kind of a history of this trails in the public right-of-way being maintained by private parties. So Sheffield, East Valley, Montecito Trails, San Ysidro is Public Works, North Jameson, Bucket Brigade, and Montecito Trails, and Olive Mill and Hot Springs Bucket Brigade. So,
Okay, thank you. It sounds great. I appreciate it. Good job.
thank you so much.
Commissioners Keller.
Thank you so much, Abe. I really appreciate your coming in. We were really looking forward to getting this information and to getting it accessible to the public like it is with our broadcasts and rebroadcasts. And I want to third the commendations of my colleagues of what you've accomplished with the Bucket Brigade. Just, I know from my work with you in the past that you stepped up after the Tea Fire and saw a need and filled it. And I remember that first meeting we had immediately after the debris flow when the county was still trying to figure out how to do and what to do. And you said, the intersection at Hot Springs and Olive Mill is a painful reminder of the debris flow. We need to do something right now. And you did it. And that's more than commendable. It's a model I hope we all can emulate. I acknowledge that when some of the trails first went in, specifically the one on North Jameson, it to me had a strong resemblance to what I consider a sidewalk. And so I was concerned about the process and the quickness with which it went in. But you have certainly more than redeemed yourself in my eyes, because the subsequent work that has been done and especially the extra planting and beautification that the Bucket Brigade has done to the Hot Springs and then the North Hot Springs Trail has really made it a community asset. And I guess, sometimes you don't know what you're missing until suddenly it's there. I didn't know I was missing walking trails, walking paths until now. They're there. And I suddenly realized that the admonishment or the community plans dictate against sidewalks was not consistent with the community being able to walk places and get places, which is certainly something, as you pointed out, that the community plan wants to support. So thank you very much for this. Thank you very much for your work. And I'm especially interested to see the future plans, because I think the notion of having a network in Montecito where people can get around without walking in the streets is not only safe and sound principles, but it'll be just a huge benefit to our community. And, now that we're no longer getting around on horseback, I think that the trails will be terrific. And I have to say, no good deed goes unpunished. So you may find yourself mayor of Montecito, but I wouldn't wish that on you at this point. Exactly. Thank you very much for your leadership. And I'm glad that the Bucket Brigade is still in existence and is serving such a wonderful community function. And you answered one of my questions, which is that the Bucket Brigade will maintain the Hot Springs and North Hot Springs trails. And that's part of your anticipated maintenance plan. So that's good to know. Thank you.
Great. Abe, thanks very much for giving us this presentation. And I hope everyone in the Montecito community joins in and helps support the efforts of the Bucket Brigade and building our trails. Oh, I see a hand. Marshall Miller.
Mr. Powell, thank you for coming and presenting to us today. I have had the opportunity to see you present before. I was wondering if you could offer a couple of comments about the challenges that face further construction on East Valley and elsewhere regarding kind of need for survey and kind of a forward-looking view of what are the obstacles to achieving some of the larger network.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that question. So part of any project like this is we're connecting the dots. So we started with an initial goal of where do you start when there's a community that almost no interconnectivity from a pedestrian standpoint? And we said, well, let's connect all the schools. That's a statement of principles. Let's start there. That connects us east to west, and connect the upper and lower village. That gets us going. And then the question immediately is, and a number of people have approached me with this, why aren't you going here? Why don't you connect these dots? Why aren't you connected these dots? And that's the question we want people to ask. Why aren't these neighborhoods connected, and how can we work together to get them connected? Specifically on East Valley. There are it's a tale of two jurisdictions here. So on the county roads, when we're dealing with public works, we're dealing with a very responsive agency that is very pro access and flexible in their approach, and willing to work with us and find solutions, in a timely way. So on county roads, we've had an extraordinary success thanks to the leadership there in working together to solve problems and to make these projects move forward. Now, on East Valley, we're talking about Caltrans, and we're dealing with a state agency that is kind of routinely, I think, overwhelmed with projects, and it is kind of like an aircraft carrier. It doesn't like to turn very quickly, and it's not super responsive. And so along East Valley, we see the most challenges by far. Sycamore Canyon, a little bit less because the easement's bigger in places. But East Valley, they're very small roadway easements. And, within most of the sections through the center of Montecito, there is almost no extra room. I mean, that's why there's no bike lane, and it's really dangerous for bicyclists. And there's no, path on the side. The easement's very narrow. But we've been doing some surveying. So with a generous donation from a community member along East Valley, we've started conducting some surveys to find exactly where easements are. Caltrans was unable to provide that to us on their own. And we are starting to research. So the idea is to complete the Walk Montecito Trail Network, and then we will have what we call the Montecito Neighborhood Trail Network. And then while we're doing that, to finish this research, we believe we have a way that may be able to work to get us a trail through East Valley and to connect the dots. And we're working on that now and have been working on it for the last 6 months.
Commissioner Keller, your hand is raised. I think you're muted. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, Abe, I think we should let you get back to work. You seem to have plenty to do.
Chair and commissioners, we do need to ask for public comment real quick. Sorry.
Yes, we do. Sorry, I missed that one. Let's open up this to public comment. David, do we have any speakers?
Chair Kubiak, we do have a handful of speakers. Our first speaker will be Kim Stanley.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Kim Stanley. I coordinate the Safe Routes to School program at the schools in Santa Barbara County. We educate the students about how to bike and walk safely, and we encourage them to do so. But it's really difficult to encourage students and families to walk and bike when it is a dangerous proposition. Thanks to the Bucket Brigade's efforts of actually doing work that takes typical government years to plan and implement, trails and bike lanes are becoming a reality for Montecito families, but the Bucket Brigade work needs to be supported by the whole community. Let's continue to solve pressing issues. In addition to safety, we're addressing climate change. We're addressing, feelings of isolation by people who are on their screens and kids being driven everywhere. Lack of physical activity for kids. Lack of quality time with our kids. When parents walk and bike to school with their kids, that is precious quality time. So let's continue to solve pressing issues by building aesthetically pleasing, safe trails and bike lanes for Montecito families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stanley.
Our next speaker will be Woody Sears, to be followed by Jim Bain.
Hi, my name's Woody. I'm a parent in Montecito. I have 3 young children here, and just want to say, after trying many different ways to safely walk the kids to school, it's been a challenge, and I'm just a big supporter of these initiatives going on, and see tremendous value to the community. And I know that there's many other parents in support, and just want to point out what a tremendous community service this is. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jim Bain, to be followed by Amy Alzina.
Yes, I'm sorry, Speaker. I think that was a mistake, but I completely support. We live on Sycamore Canyon. Our kids go to Cold Springs School. We have recently attempted to walk to school on Walk to School Day, and it's treacherous coming up Sycamore Canyon, and we fully support the work of the Bucket Brigade. And in fact, we are implementing a sidewalk or a path in front of our home already, in anticipation of hopefully connecting all the properties all the way up to our school. Thank you.
And our last speaker will be Amy Alzina.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm coming to you as the superintendent of the Cold Springs School District, as well as a resident that lives in Montecito, and also a mother of a 16-year-old and a 13-year-old. I have 2 kids. And so where we live is around Circle Drive. It's in the Cold Springs School District area. And I've been running the streets of Sycamore Canyon since I was a Westmont College student in 1994. And I will tell you, Sycamore Canyon is probably one of the most dangerous areas ever. And if you're running the hills of Montecito, it's a challenge. And I have a lot of families that have moved into that area, as well as the area that I live in, where Circle Drive is and Westmont Road. Again, it's Sycamore Canyon. It's been an issue as long as I've been here. It's since, like I said, since 1994, but way before then. And, when I was a student, we'd always say, don't run side by side, single file line. But, I'm just fearful for the safety of my own children, and most importantly, all the children that we serve at Cold Springs School District. And so I just really want to urge you all to continue to support this. And, 4 years and $500,000 for a half a mile, that's crazy. I think we would all agree. And the work that Abe is doing to support the safety of our children, I think we all can agree that we're extremely grateful. And what I just love about the work that he's doing is that as soon as he gets the money, he gets the work done, and he does it with A+ work. So thank you, Abe, for doing A+ work, and thank you for supporting his efforts on behalf of our entire community. I just love the fact that we're creating pathways for all 7 schools for our children to collaborate together more than ever right now. Thank you.
Chair Kupiec, Ms. Alzina was our last speaker on this item.
Great. Well, again, thank you, Abe, for coming. And, you can see from the sentiments that everyone has that, the best thing that Bucket Brigade has done, it's brought our community much closer together, physically and in every other way. So I thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kubiak, and thank you, Planning Commission. I really appreciate this opportunity to share this with you.
Great. Well, I think.
Chair, could I make a comment, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Abe, for the presentation, if you're still around. And thank you for the community to offer their comments and thoughts regarding the safety corridors that are being provided. It's exceptional. And I live off of Hot Springs off of Summit, and the pedestrian traffic is extraordinary. And I think, unfortunately, the target of some community members where the path has been established in the right-of-way, Public Works has been the target of unfortunate comments rather than Bucket Brigade. And I think that needs to be somehow coordinated with Bucket Brigade, and that in fact it's a collaborative. And it just shouldn't be a target for Public Works, that they get all the bad press. And somehow, I guess we don't have Public Works today, but hopefully in the future they will come up, because they have also done a exceptional program with this, and very quickly, particularly on Hot Springs from Bonds on up. And I know the community there was, shall we say, unsettled with what was going on, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think communication and messaging is of great import, and that it's sort of a shared responsibility, and that should be sort of known. I think the community is, the benefits are exceptional, just not walking to school, but all the service individuals who come off the bus on Coast Village are able to walk up. You see them day in and day out here. And so the access is extraordinary, and it's greatly appreciated by the community. It's unfortunate there was a time where it was questioned, and perhaps there were some negative comments, but I think this community needs to be embrace this system, and it will only continue, I know, in a positive nature. So thank you very much. Just an overview. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Senauer. I think we will move on now with the remainder of our standard agenda and move on to item number 2, the Zon new single-family dwelling. Mr. Villalobos, can you read this into the minutes?
Yes, thank you. The following is a hearing on a request by Laurel and Eric Zahn, property owners and applicant, to consider development plan, case number 21 DVP 7.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if I could interject for a second. I just want to take a quick moment to introduce Ms. Katie Nall. This is her first presentation with the Montecito Planning Commission. She's been with the department for about a year, so she's doing a fabulous job, and we're excited to have her on board and presenting to the commission today. So I'll turn it over to back to the chair for any ex parte, and we look forward to Mrs. Nall's presentation.
And do any commissioners have any ex parte issues to report before we proceed? Commissioner Senauer?
Yes, thank you. I had a site visit to the property that was given by Eric Fink, who is the father of the applicant Laurel Zahn, and which was on Monday afternoon. And I did a walkthrough at the site, was able to take some photos and also video that in the appropriate window I would like to share. It was very good. I guess I was up there for about 30 minutes, and he provided me with a lot of information about the historical use of that whole area regarding parcels, prior subdivision of a larger parcel that I guess was the grandfather of Ms. Zahn and his dad. And it was just very informative as far as the landscape, the RMZ zone, exactly where it was sited. The story poles there were stakes, but the story poles were not in place, but I did get a good orientation on many levels. So I also spoke to the MWD Water District and the Carp Summerlin Fire District regarding this project. Thank you.
Great. Seeing no other ex parte, we shall let Katie proceed. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Katie Knoll, and I'll be presenting the proposed Zahn single-family residence. These are aerial photos of the project site. The property outlined in red is located in the inland area of Montecito at the top of Toro Canyon Road at 1240 Toro Canyon Road and is in the Resource Management Zone District. This site is located on a 13.33 acre parcel characterized by steep slopes and is accessed by an existing 30-foot wide dirt road over a public utilities ingress and egress easement owned by SoCal Edison. The site is located within the Montecito Community Plan area. These are photos of the vacant site as it exists today. The property was affected by the Thomas Fire in 2017 and has since been in recovery. This is the site plan for the proposed property. The project is a request for a development plan to authorize the construction of a new two-story, 2,068 square foot single-family residence and a detached 400 square foot garage with a 400 square foot storage room below. The project also includes installation of ground-mounted solar array and a private septic system, as well as the construction of an access driveway to meet the Carpinteria-Summerland Fire Protection District standards, including construction of a hammerhead turnout. Retaining walls with a maximum height of 6.5 feet are also proposed along the driveway. The project also includes a request for a modification to authorize the construction of the detached garage on site within the resource management zone in order to comply with the Montecito covered parking standards. Access will be provided off of Toro Canyon Road. Here are the elevations of the proposed residence and detached garage. The total proposed height from the bottom of the residence to the top of the garage is 28 feet 10 inches. And although this is slightly taller than the allowable 28 feet in the Montecito Hillside Overlay, the MBAR granted approval of this proposal in the interest of good design. This is the elevation from the east, only the residence is shown. Here's the elevation from the south and from the west. These are photo simulations demonstrating what the project will look like from different angles. The Montecito Land Use Development Code requires single-family residential uses to provide 2 covered parking spaces per dwelling. However, the Resource Management Zone prohibits construction of accessory structures, including detached garages. Therefore, the applicant is requesting a modification through the development plan to allow for a detached garage. In order to approve this modification, your commission must make the finding that the modification will not increase the visibility of the project. This finding is made in Attachment A because the orientation of the project is hidden from public viewpoints and its design blends into the surrounding landscape. The MBAR reviewed the project on April 16, 2020 and July 1, 2021, as well as attended a site visit on July 1, 2021 to see the story poles. MBAR provided positive feedback and determined that the exceedance in height is acceptable in the interest of good design. The project will return for preliminary and final approval after action is taken by the Montecito Planning Commission. Here are pictures of those story poles demonstrating the height of the proposed project. With the approved modification and as conditioned, the project would comply with the requirements of the Montecito Land Use Development Code and would be consistent with the county comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan. The project can be considered categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Section 15303, new construction of small structures. Staff's recommendation is the following. Make the required findings of approval for the proposed project as specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including the findings. Determine that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15303, and grant approval of the project, case number 21 DVP 7, subject to the conditions provided as Attachment B. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Great. Do we have any questions from the commissioner? Or David, should we do public comment now?
Chair Kupiec, I would suggest that before we go to public comment, if there's no questions, that you give the applicant the opportunity to make a presentation or provide any feedback.
Well, fine. Let me go to questions first. Commissioner Police.
I can wait after the presentation, but it was
lost your sound.
I said, if it's an apropos time to discuss the project, we can talk about it now, but maybe it's best that we do hear the applicant first. So I'll wait.
Okay. Are there any Commissioner Keller, do you have questions of the presenter?
Thank you. I just wanted to find out in the photo simulations, page 10, is the road that's shown, is that the Edison access or is that Toro Canyon Road? I was just trying to get a sense of the orientation of the property to where it says there's an existing easement, Edison easement that provides access to the property.
Correct. So in these photo simulations, this is a demonstration of the proposed driveway that is a part of the project description. It would be placed over the existing easement. So this photo simulation is not showing Toro Canyon Road, but instead the driveway / easement.
So I'm going back to the to the site plan on page 5. So everything that is shown there is part of the easement and then the driveway. And then how far does that easement have to go to get to Toro Canyon? There's no way to figure that out from what you've provided.
Right. Let me bring up a pointer. Alrighty, Commissioner Keller through the chair. Toro Canyon Road ends approximately right here. And so that easement and the driveway would start and run down through these parcels up to the project site. Here's another demonstration of where that easement will, or where that driveway will go.
In the photo and the picture on the right there. So then it does go across other parcels. Is there any impact to those parcels or any problem with that easement being utilized as a driveway to this residence?
Correct. It is currently an existing easement. So no, there are no impacts to the other parcels.
So Edison does make use of this to access these areas?
Correct.
So will it conversion into a driveway in any way change the usage or inhibit the usage by Edison?
Commissioner Keller through the chair, that would probably be a better question for the applicant as they have had discussions with SoCal Edison. However, at this time, no conflicts have come to my attention.
Mm-hmm. I see. Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify let me see, in the elevations, so the north elevate, the property faces northeast and southwest. Is that correct?
That's correct. The site plan is probably a better demonstration. The western elevation is the one of the residence showing it sort of head on, and it does face southwest. So this side of the residence is this elevation plan.
Okay, so it's the ocean side essentially.
Correct.
And therefore, and then the garage is elevated behind that, correct?
That is correct.
So that in this west elevation, the section we're seeing above on the left is the garage itself.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And when MBAR saw this project and approved it exceeding the height limitation, did they take into account the materials of the property that might make it blend more noticeably into the surrounding area?
Yes, the applicant provided a color and materials board that MBAR did review. However, they still have their final approval after action from the Montecito Planning Commission.
I'm sorry, the phone is ringing in the background. Just one more question. What is the purpose of the Montecito MLUDC requiring 2 covered spaces and 1 uncovered space, but not wanting a garage? What was the reason for not wanting? Do you know the rationale for not including a garage in that?
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, I believe that's just one instance of a conflict between the Montecito Land Use Development Code that we're slowly figuring out as we work through the code.
So you think it was just possibly an oversight that there was some kind of conflict, some kind of lack of coordination?
Commissioner Keller, yes, it is one of the conflicts and one of the reasons that we have the section allowing modifications through development plans when sections within the ordinance conflict.
I see. And my last question, since that requires 2 covered spaces and 1 uncovered space, and this is a garage with 2 parking spaces, will there be any other uncovered space that's allowable for parking or that's suitable for parking?
Commissioner Keller, yes, there is this proposed motor court adjacent to the proposed garage in which that would provide uncovered parking.
Very good. Okay, thank you so much.
Commissioner Senauer.
Hi, thank you, Katie, for your presentation. I have spoken to you on a couple of occasions prior to this meeting and appreciate your diligence in getting back and providing information. A couple questions. I think it would be appropriate to hear from the applicant before I continue with questions, but I just wanted to sort of give a predicate of a couple things, if that's okay. MBAR heard this on April 16, 2020, and the last was 7/01/2020. So it's been over a year. Is that correct?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, no, the last time MBAR reviewed the project was July 1st, 2021. So that was
2021.
This year.
Okay, thank you. I had that incorrect. And have there been any modifications since last heard in July of this year?
No, no modifications.
Okay, so no site plans, changes, etc. So could you please clarify the 40-acre minimum, since this is a 13-point-something parcel, and do you have a history of subdivision, lot split that I understood took place maybe in the 70s when it was a 40-acre parcel and it was then downsized to 3 parcels? Is that correct? Something like that? So the basis is still 40-acre minimum?
Commissioner Sanauer, through the chair. Yes, the project site is legally non-conforming. It was a lot created by a parcel map in 1973. The parcel map is number 11677. So it is a legally non-conforming parcel within that RMZ 40-acre minimum zone.
And how many parcels was it 3? The large 40-acre was subdivided into 3. This is one of those. Is that correct?
Commissioner Sanauer, I would have to look into that. I don't have the specifics of the parcel map.
Okay. And I listened to both MBAR audios and meeting audios, and there was reference to an encroachment beyond the building envelope. Do you have a slide of the building envelope on this acreage, please? I don't know, maybe you showed it, but as far as the parameters and the boundary, I guess I missed it. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Sanauer, the parcel map actually did not provide building envelopes within these parcels, so we do not have one on this site.
Is it not required to have a building envelope?
No.
Defined? It is not.
No, Commissioner Sanauer, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I guess I'll continue with that later, because basically when a development plan is before us, generally a building envelope is so subscribed, let's say. So there is no definition of a building envelope. Perhaps the applicant can help with that. Easements, I know South Cal Edison. How about MWD? They have the Dalton Tunnel water tank. Dalton Tunnel basically goes into their water tank there. And is that an easement that also besides the other properties and Southern Cal Edison, is the water district involved with an easement to this property?
Commissioner Sanauer, through the chair, there is not an easement that I'm aware of. I can look into that. However, there is existing fire hydrants that Montecito Water District oversees.
Correct, and I can get to that later. Regarding the build is not visible to the public. It does, the exposure to the west or southwest of the home, which is the significant exposure, does look upon Romero Canyon Trail. Is that not correct?
Commissioner Sanauer, through the chair, I am unfamiliar with that trailhead or that site, so I'd have to look into that.
That's fine. We'll address that with the applicant. And there was a note about a possible, County Parks was considering a trail to the north of this property. And do we have anyone from County Parks, et cetera, to basically give a detail or at least an overview of what that might be?
Commissioner Sanauer, through the chair. No, we don't have anyone able to speak on that at the moment. However, County Parks did review this project at the subdivision review board and had no concerns with it.
Okay, but there's no at this time, even though there's a reference to a possible future public trail to the north, there's no more definition or clarity to that at this point. Okay. Okay.
I was just going to say that's correct.
All my questions right now, and I think hearing from the applicant would be helpful. I would just like to ask the commission, I do have a video and of 360 of the property. I don't know when that would be appropriate to show, after the applicant presentation or now, just to give an orientation. So I defer to the wishes of the commission on this.
So is this video downloaded? Does David have it?
Yes.
Let's do it now.
Okay. David?
All right, just give us a minute to bring that up.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. It was Monday. I did a video. It's quick, but I thought sort of having a general sort of 360 view would be helpful to all. Just to give an orientation, since I guess I'm the only commissioner that did a site visit, I believe, from what I understood with ex parte. Thank you very much, David. Unfortunately, when I sent it to David, it was delayed because of the file capacity. So he got it 3 times. So I really apologize for that. Okay, thank you. That's looking south, excuse me. That's the property, the pad. That's the water line, one of them. That's the southwest. That's Romero Canyon Trail right in front of it. This is the north, SCE, lines and towers. This is directly to the north. We're scanning more to the north, east, and we're coming around more towers. There's the road to the bottom. We're coming around. The water hydrant is where that building was, and here is another MWD line up the north face of the South Ridge. And we're back to the pad of the building. And I think it there's Romero Canyon Trail. And I guess this just keeps going. So I'm sorry. I hope people aren't getting dizzy, but I thought it was, and there's the road and the access and the wires. And thank you. Thank you very much, David. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you, David. And thanks for the video, Donna. Let us move on to the.
May I just ask a question of Donna? When you say that's the quote pad, I saw a path and then a cleared area below it. Was the area below the building pad, or was it elsewhere?
Right. That's sort of from what I understood from Mr. Fink. Although he certainly wasn't the architect and was somewhat constrained by his information base, but that was basically the point at which the development would begin, and then it would go down. Okay, the grading would take under that. There's a big step off, and so that's where the grading would take
place.
It would exist, and then it would be those 3 levels from the road.
So you were standing at the top,
correct,
of a pathway going down,
correct,
to a building pad. And so what was down below you was the building pad that was going to descend in 3 levels from there?
Correct. Facing the southwest, facing Romero Canyon Trail. Correct.
Thank you. So you are on a point on the Edison easement above where the house would be.
I think the Edison easement actually is above that, north, but I think it's the catwalk area. I think the elevation is, I don't know that quote dirt road is the actual easement. I thought the easement, and this could be basically detailed by the applicant, but I thought the catwalk was in fact to the north at a higher elevation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And where you were looking toward the Romero Canyon Trail, that's the portion of the trail that is the road, that is the catwalk, correct?
No. The Romero Canyon Trail is my understanding, directly to the west. Okay. And it wraps around and does connect to the north with the catwalk. But where you see from the west of the potential build, you're looking directly at the Romero Canyon Trail, but not the catwalk. That,
By catwalk, I meant there's a road portion and there's a trail portion
correct.
of Romero Canyon. And we're looking at directly at the road portion, which
No,
is
I
to the
believe-
east of where the trail portion is. There's a loop. You start off in Romero
Right,
Canyon,
right,
you turn
correct.
off. Okay, you're looking at the road portion, which is
Correct, which
also
is a trail.
Let's let the applicant.
Very
let's
good.
let the
Thank you.
applicant explain.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laurel Zahn. I'm the property owner and applicant. I want to thank the chair and commissioners for hearing our project today. I just would like to clarify first the Southern California Edison easement road, just because it's being discussed. Katie, if you could return to the vicinity map slide from your presentation, I could show where the catwalk road is compared to our driveway road. So on the right side here, you see two roads actually. So the upper road here, that's actually more defined and goes beyond our parcel to the west. That is the Southern California easement Catway Road. So it's actually above our driveway access road. Our road is a ingress egress easement private road off of Toro Canyon, which will be paved and become part of the upper private part of Toro Canyon Road. The road where our house will be. So it's separate than the Southern California Edison Catway Road.
Okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to, I don't have a formal presentation today, but I just wanted to speak for a few minutes to introduce our project kind of on a more personal level. And I thought I'd start by providing the commission a little background history on our project. My family has a long history in Upper Toro Canyon. My grandfather, Paul Fink, was one of the original landowners there and built the house at 1220 Toro Canyon Road in the 1970s. I spent the first 20 years of my life going up the hill to the house and spending time in the area surrounding. This gave me a strong connection to the place and the natural surroundings, as well as an appreciation for the unique design of the house and its integration into the natural landscape. My grandfather's architect was Ray Cappy, who we were lucky enough to meet and discuss our own house design with during the early stages of this project. We have been working with Finn Cappy, Ray's son, over the past 2.5 years on the house design we are presenting to you today. The past history and family connections associated with this location and our design, I believe, makes this a special and unique project. 4 years ago, we had the opportunity to purchase our parcel from my grandfather's old family friends who had owned it since the 70s as well, but never developed it. In fact, Ray Cappy had designed a house for the ridgetop site on our parcel, but it was never built. Although we considered that same ridgetop build site, as it gives spectacular views of the ocean and islands, we chose an alternative site for our house in the canyon behind, tucked away from view largely. Based on the topography of the parcel, this alternative site may be the only other feasible build site. Our house steps down the hillside in design, following the natural contours of the land. Green roofs provide an element of blending in where the house could almost disappear into the landscape seen from above. My husband and I have 2 young children, and we're trying to build our family home where we will reside. We are both biologists and interested in having a low impact on the surrounding landscape. Sustainable elements of our house include an all-electric, 100% solar-powered residence, as well as green roofs providing added insulation, gray water system for irrigation, and reused materials in the house, such as reclaimed wood. Our proposed house is a modest 2,068 square foot residence on a large 13.3 acre parcel. Our plans for the parcel, other than its small development envelope, are to leave it in its natural beauty as it backs up, as you saw, to Los Padres National Forest land. Thanks for your time and consideration, and I am happy to answer any questions. And our architect, Finn, is also here to answer any design specific questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. Commissioner Keller, you still have a question? Your hand is raised.
Thank you. I really like the design. I think I applaud your use of the solar and gray water and the elements that you're incorporating. That's wonderful. And it looks like it's well cited and very, very well designed. I'm just wondering about the issues that were raised by Commissioner Senauer regarding the potential visibility from public trails. And I wondered if you'd made any effort to reach out to Montecito Trails Foundation or any of the other groups that might be using the trails just as good neighbors to make sure that there were no concerns that they had about impact on trail usage. And sounds like you've made every other effort to integrate your project very well. I'm just curious about that particular aspect.
I have not.
Were you aware of the potential visibility from trails in the community?
We can see the Romero Trail from that location. It's still pretty far away in distance. It's so quiet up there, you can hear people hiking from far away. It was not something I thought about.
And just one other question, given that the area was denuded by the Thomas fire, are you taking, in addition to the hammerhead turnaround for fire trucks, are you making any other specific, are you including anything else specifically for firefighting, a sprinkler system, a exterior and interior sprinkler system? Are those things that you have considered and incorporated?
Yes, a fire sprinkler system will be required by fire in the house. And then our landscaping will all be, native plants. And we actually have a vegetation management plan already with the fire department for that, using, fire resistant, drought tolerant landscaping.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Senauer.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Zahn. I was wondering if we could have Mr. Cappy, the architect, tee in here and ask him some questions, please, if he's available.
I'm with you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Cappy. I know you have, with your dad, I'm sorry for his passing, have a deep connection with this whole area. So it's greatly appreciated. And the project is very constrained, as obviously when you're up there, and it's very constrained. And I just have a couple questions that I know you can help me with. Regarding the grading and the cut is 2,400, is that correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay, and there is the export, is there any fill with that, or is it all export?
No, there's as much fill as possible. That we're doing as much cut and fill as possible. And Ashley and Vance have done extensive civil studies of the dirt movement. And there's been a lot of effort in the configuration to minimize the grading on the whole for the house itself and for the driveway and the road improvements.
Okay, because we do have a threshold for the cut in the RMZ, and this is over that threshold. But considering the constraints of the slope, etc., this is what you've come up with as being the most responsible to this project. The question is with the export and the trucking, how does that work with the road? Okay, so it's unimproved at this time, it's dirt. From carp fire, it appears that you only need, so my question is sequence. is the road prepared ahead of time before the trucks start with the export? So you have the turnaround in place, so you have asphalt instead of dirt. What is the sequence of the actual build? Okay, what comes first? Does it come the road?
I'm not sure the answer to that. That can change jurisdiction to jurisdiction and fire department to fire department. But I believe logically they will improve the road if it's not already good enough to handle the trucking of the grading material. And if I were the builder, I would tend to do that before much improvement was done, so you don't ruin the road that you just improved with heavy trucks.
Okay, so that hasn't been determined quite yet, right?
No, except Laurel may have a comment. I think that there's a certain degree of improvement that should happen first, and I'll let her answer that. And then I think the road sits for the duration of construction, and then there's further work to finish work to follow after that. Laurel, do you have a clarification you can offer?
I'm not sure I have much clarification on that. We're unsure how much road improvement is going to be required prior to the house. I was thinking the same thing that Finn was saying in terms of not wanting to do too much road improvement and then have the trucks kind of scuff it up afterwards. So it might be some kind of in between, not a dirt road, but improvements enough that we're able to bring the trucks in and start construction and then finish the road at the end.
So you would, thank you for that. You would need a turnaround, certainly.
Yes.
And a hammerhead, it would, from my site visit, it's very narrow and very constrained, and just, logically, you would need some improvement before all this sort of continues or starts, et cetera, et cetera. Do you know more about the North Trail at all? So basically the considerations of public viewing to your home, to your potential home, to your project is kind of, it hasn't been sort of delineated as far as exactly what the public trail visitors would see vis-a-vis you're looking out on it to the Romero Canyon. So that you haven't talked to Montecito Trails Foundation. I think that would be very helpful if you could do that, because it is, you're looking at the east side of the Romero Canyon Trail. You're looking to the west where you interface with that. And I think it would be, of course, this is not a question. I'm sorry. I'm going too far. These are just questions. Regarding the green roof, what is the plantings, if it's plantings of a, say, vis-a-vis a metal, you're in a high fire zone, extra high fire zone, and your reliance or your approach would be a green roof vis-a-vis metal. So that's a question.
So all the plants that we plan to have on the green roofs will be succulents, herbaceous species, nothing that is going to provide fuel to a fire. All native, very kind of low herbaceous type species on the roofs.
Regarding the retaining walls, I guess, Mr. Kapke, could you tell us about MBAR's discussion of the retaining walls? And right now, I think they're 6.5 feet. Is that correct? Et cetera?
Yes, this was a it's a very interesting project and really a wonderful project dealing with Laurel and Eric and the history with her grandfather. And when you come into it, the site they chose is so remote that it's a little bit shocking how precise it was to fit everything into place between the easement, which is not just on the ground. If you look at the site plan, the wires in the air, there's wide easements that situate the house away from the road. And that's not convenient because there's a great cost and to developing the driveway. And then with the fire department, there's a great cost for improving that road. And the civil engineer's first requirement was of a double set of retaining walls along the road that were 7 feet high. And so we worked with them extensively to reduce that and to reposition the garage. And that was part of the garage issue, was that if we raised it up a little bit, every foot that you raised the garage up, the retaining walls came down.
Right.
There was a very direct relationship, as you may recognize. So that was sort of the sweet spot where we ended up. And we got down to a single wall, and I think a 6 or 6.5 foot high max. And that's what I can share with you about that history.
Okay, and the detached garage had to do with basically grading, basically encouraging less grading to have the detached garage at the highest elevation as possible to the road. Is that correct?
Yes, there was the issue of minimizing the grading, and there was a relation to balancing elements between the building envelope requirements and minimizing grading, and then preferred massing architecturally as well. So we were trying to solve for all of those simultaneously, but grading was really the dominant driver for sure because of the potential cost.
Of course. So referencing the building envelope, in the MBAR, there was a reference to basically there was an encroachment into building envelope with this project. Can you sort of detail that and what that was referencing?
It's, in my opinion, it's extremely minor. It's a height issue, and it's only like the front,
okay,
the southwest portion of the garage by a couple of feet. And as I mentioned before, that sounds innocent, but every 2 feet going up saves a lot of grading and a lot of money and reduces the retaining wall along the whole road. So it's dramatic. So they recognize that, and they allow that willingly.
Okay, so from top to bottom, what is it, 28.5 feet, something like that?
I think that's what Katie said.
Right. And basically, the overage is minimal. It's like a foot or 6 inches or something like that.
Well, the garage itself is the only part that encroaches beyond. The house complies. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it was like a couple of feet, but it might be less.
Okay. And regarding water supply, my understanding, and I'm not sure, but one of the photos I took was of the fire hydrant. So you do have existing water supply. And is it a private fire hydrant or?
Montecito Water District fire hydrant.
Okay.
And we're already connected in to Montecito Water with a meter that's right next to the hydrant there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I read that, but the fire hydrant was installed when you purchased the property. It wasn't there before, or?
It was there long before we purchased.
Oh, it was. Okay. That's good to know. Regarding the solar array, that is ground mounted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the home? Is it to the east?
I think it's to the east, southeast.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And how many panels is it? I'm just curious. Do you know what will more or less?
Well, I don't think we were trying to size as big a
Okay.
system as possible, and it's not fully sized yet.
Okay. What is the palette of the house, since it's going to be looking toward Romero Canyon Trail? What palette are you thinking for the exterior?
That is largely, as shown in the images and renderings shown, plaster on the outside, which is green, gray, and sort of tan tones that should blend into the natural landscape quite well. There's glass, which actually from a distance decomposes a structure really dramatically, unless the sun is reflecting off of it, which we all know. But other than those moments, glass is helpful in terms of making a structure appear minimally in the landscape. And then the green roofs, you know, this is a gesture from above, for the houses above who are looking down on the house. That will completely blend those roofscapes into the landscape as well. The Romero Canyon, largely you will see these tan and green tone stucco and the trellises and the glass.
And you don't have any balconies, not a balcony, but on the, you have no sliding doors or et cetera to go out to the second story?
Yes.
You do?
Of course. Yes.
Okay, so you will go out. Okay, I guess I didn't
There
see
are
that.
two small decks off the main level. Off of the kitchen, there's a deck to the east. Off of the living room on the same upper level, there's a small deck to the westerly side.
To the western side. Okay.
Yeah.
I think right now those are all my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrific. I think it's time to ask for public comment on this. Are there any participants in the queue for public comment on this project?
Chair Kupiec, you know, we did have a representative for Carp Summerlin Fire District, Mr. Lamonaco, who had signed up, but I'm not sure if he had feedback or if he was just listening. Mr. Lamonaco, can you clarify for us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm a fire inspector with Carpenter Summerlin Fire Department. I did the plan review on this project, and I'm just hovering in the background. If you have clarification that you need, I could help you with that. Otherwise, I'm here to be quiet.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Right. Well, Finn, I have to tell you, I had the pleasure of meeting Al Dorman. That's a name that I thought you would smile, you know, and who told me Al Dorman is a very notable American architect who hired your dad to design his house in Los Angeles. And I have to admit, when I asked him why he would hire, you know, not want to design his own house, he said that he realized that it was much better to hire Ray because home was where you hung your architect. So I applaud your efforts in moving forward. But I see Commissioner Senauer. It's a nice project. Commissioner Senauer, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to address Carp Summerlin Fire District, Mr. Lamonaco, is that it? Lamonaco, yes, thank you. Are you there? Mr. Lamonaco?
He's muted.
Mr. Lamonaco, can you unmute, please?
I don't have the control to, so you guys have to give me the control,
Okay.
but yeah.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for being present. And I had spoken with Fire Marshal Rappaport earlier, so appreciate you being able to find the time to participate. As you know, this is an RMZ, very high fire zone, and appreciate your diligence in reviewing this project. A question regarding the driveway, and I believe there, as far as approach, the width is 12 feet. Is that correct? Is it existing 12 feet, or is the retaining walls considered part of the expansion of the width, the 12 feet, along with the turnaround or hammerhead?
There will be a 12-foot wide drivable surface.
Okay. And with a turnaround?
Correct. There will be 2 turnouts provided due to the length to allow traffic to pass each other if in the event there is any traffic, as well as a turnaround at the home.
Okay. And Montecito water is the water source. Is that correct? Not Carp Summerland?
Correct. This is Montecito Waters. There's an existing hydrant up there, so there's already infrastructure. They will just have to provide a fire flow to verify that that hydrant can flow the proper gallons per minute that we require.
Okay, and that is involved with the building permit once you get to that stage?
Correct.
Okay, and then, so no water tank is required at this time because, well, it's predicated on if the PSI is appropriate. Is that correct? And we don't know that right now, but if it's not, then there might be a plan B.
Correct. It'll actually be gallons per minute, not PSI, that we're more
gallons per minute. Okay, and that's up to MWD to determine.
Well, it's what that hydrant can physically provide based on the underground system to it. So they'll actually flow the hydrant, let us know what the gallons per minute at 20 PSI the hydrant is capable of. And as long as it meets our minimums, there's no worries or no consideration of a tank system.
Excellent. And as far as fire suppression, Montecito Fire Protection District is automatic or mutual aid?
They are automatic aid. They use the computerized system, the closest available engine. If it is a structure fire, you're going to see Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, or Santa Barbara City, Montecito, and Carp Summerland all responding automatically.
Okay. Okay, appreciate it very much. Do you have any other thoughts, comments, or on this project?
Michael, it's already been determined that there's enough pressure in the system there to provide water for the sprinkler system.
We have not gotten a fire flow. We don't get into that until we get to the building permit phase project.
All right.
And be something that would be between the sprinkler contractor who would engineer the system and the water who are providing basically the water.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and appreciate your comments on this.
I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to ask for a motion from the commission.
Commissioners, if we could, staff would like to just provide a quick recap. There were a lot of questions that were thrown out, and we just wanted to follow up on just a few of the issues, if we could. Okay.
All right, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this is Katie Knoll. We did discuss a lot of items, and I'm not sure how satisfactory some of the answers were, so I just wanted to go through some of them. With regards to the development envelope, one is not required when applying for a development plan, and the applicant is not proposing to change the recorded map. Therefore, a development envelope was not provided within that map. With regards to the trail, we did a little bit more research, and Romero Canyon Trailhead turns into a saddle trail. These trails run to the west and north of the project site, but are not within the property lines. And it was MBAR's determination that with proper landscaping, approved color, the project would be minimally visible from any surrounding areas, including that trailhead, which is relatively far away considering the existing topography. With regards to fire, we did hear from Carp Summerland Fire, but just to go back to the question about the road, Carp Summerland Fire did provide a condition letter in February 18th of 2021. This includes a timeline for when some of the items are required. For example, the access way is required prior to the erection of combustible materials. So in this case, that would be construction. Fire does do a full review, including the fire flow test of the existing hydrants at the time of building permits. So that will be reviewed to fire's satisfactory. That is another condition within the provided condition letter, which is included within attachment B of the conditions of approval. I believe it's condition of approval number 25, that all existing fire hydrants, proposed fire hydrants, and fire protective systems such as sprinkler systems shall be constructed to the satisfaction and maintained to the satisfaction of Carpinteria Summerland Fire at the time of building permit issuance. And then with regard to the green roof, there is a landscaping plan. MBAR has to review and approve this plan, including fire-resistant vegetation. This is also a condition of approval within the Carp Summerland Fire condition letter. So that will be addressed at the time of MBAR final approval. And then I believe everything else was discussed via Carp Summerland Fire. So if you have any further questions or something that you would like me to go over again, I'm happy to do so.
Commissioner Police.
Yes, I guess anyone can answer this, but Laura, I was curious, since it's your lot, your property, did you ask the Montecito Montecito Water District to put a meter reading on the fire hydrant so you would know now what kind of pressure you have, what kind of gallons per minute, so you wouldn't be blindsided down the road? I mean, do you have some preliminary information?
I don't. That would probably be a good thing to look at.
Yeah, it's a very simple process to actually put a meter on there, and you can read it now. Then you'd know what you're up against.
I know
And
a neighbor has used it, the hydrant, so he may have information on its flow rate.
okay, yeah. Well, I just thought, I would, if I owned it, I would.
Yeah.
That'd be one of my first things I would do. But anyway,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keller.
I wanted to thank Ms. Knoll for all those clarifications. I think we're all very sensitive to the fire concerns, and I'm glad that so many precautions are being taken and that all considerations are being met. So I'm prepared to make a motion to approve this project if the time is appropriate.
I think the time is very appropriate, so we will entertain your motion.
Thank you. I move that we make the required findings for approval of the project, that we determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and that we approve the project subject to the conditions of approval in attachment B.
And do I hear a second?
Second, Commissioner Miller seconds.
Roll call vote?
Commissioner Police.
Could we have discussion first, please?
Please.
Yeah, the presentations, both by staff and the applicant and the architect, were very, very helpful. The sensitivity to the RMZ and the high fire zone, extra high fire zone, is appreciated. My visit was extraordinarily helpful to understand the complexities and constraints of the site, as well as the environmental challenges, because it is in a window and of environment and climate change, et cetera, and it is bone dry up there. And I think the applicant has basically done due diligence in all regards, and regarding water supply, regarding the bill, regarding the sensitivities, and I am ready to support. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. David, can you roll call our vote?
Commissioner Police,
Aye.
Commissioner Keller,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Chair Kupiec.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Well, thank you all for your presentations and patience. Let us move on to our next item on our agenda.
Mr. Chair, commissioners, if I may ask, it's 11:51. Do you want to take a lunch break now and come back, or Mr. Chair, what would be your pleasure on that?
I think I'd like to move forward and try and see if we could wrap this up. If that's, I'm open. If our staff requires a break, if everybody would like a break, we can certainly do that. I'm not sure that the next item is particularly complicated.
Mr. Chair, my recommendation is, can we take at least a 10-minute break now to let staff get set up, and then we can start the next item and see how it's going. And then we can decide if we want to take a lunch.
Okay, let's do that. Let's take a break for 10 minutes and resume.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Are you ready, Steve?
Do you want to start with me or staff?
No, I need to start with David. David, would you read this into the record? Item number for this?
Certainly. The following is a hearing on the request of Catherine Malkin, property owners, to consider final development plan case number 20 DVP 10 and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to sections 15302 and 15303 of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
And Commissioners, this is Travis Seawards again. We have another new staff presenting today, so just briefly, I want to introduce Alejandro Jimenez. He regularly works at our front counter, and this is his first project with you guys.
Well, great. Welcome, Alexandra. I think we should do ex parte announcements. Anybody need to report something on this particular item? I see Commissioner Senauer.
Yes, thanks. I have visited this site twice, one in November of 2020 when story poles were in place with Mr. Fort. And I met yesterday again with Mr. Fort as there have been some revisions to the plan since it had been before MBAR, and he gave me an update and we looked at the plans. We walked the property, not the entire property, which is quite extensive. And then he followed up with an email regarding some questions I had, which I thank him for, and I'm sure he will share with the commission the couple of questions I had, and he did address them. So yes, 2 site visits since November, and the day before yesterday, I think, or yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Keller.
I will just repeat that I had a phone conversation with Mr. Fort and was not able to avail myself of a site visit given that I had been out of town. So thank you very much.
I would report that Commissioner Police and I made a site visit yesterday and met Mr. Fort and got a review of the project. And I don't see Ron, but I will speak.
I'm here.
Marshall Miller. Oh, well, there we go.
Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, you spoke for both of us, which is fine. It was an informative visit, and it looks like a project that I like. Thank you.
Marshall?
I had a phone conversation with Mr. Fort earlier this week, and we went over some aspects of the project and clarified for me things about age of the building and the reason, discussion about why it is coming to the planning commission, and so I feel like I'm well informed.
Terrific. Thank you, Commissioner Miller, and I think we can allow Steve or staff to do their presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Alejandro Jimenez, and I will now be presenting the proposal for the Malkin new single-family dwelling project. This is an aerial view of the proposed project site. The property outlined in red on this map is located in the inland area of Montecito off of Sycamore Canyon Drive in the E1 zone district. These photos show the existing single-family dwelling to be demolished on the left and the proposed single-family dwelling to be constructed on the right. This is a site plan of the subject property. The existing building pad would be used for the new construction, and the change in square footage of the house would increase by 4,027 square feet. The site plan also shows the existing structures that will remain on site, including a legal non-conforming second unit, a small shed, and a detached garage. The main project request is to demolish the two-story, 8,651 square foot single-family dwelling and to construct a new 12,678 square foot single-family dwelling in its place with a 6,053 square foot basement, a 390 square foot detached garage, a 317 square foot pool cabana, new entry gates, landscape, and hardscape improvements. This is a close-up of the area of work on site. This also shows the widened driveway with the various turnarounds being proposed, and these turnarounds have been reviewed and approved by the Montecito Fire Protection District. Here we see the western elevation of the proposed project, the northern elevation showing the proposed detached garage as well, the eastern elevation, and the southern elevation. This parcel meets the criteria for the Ridgeline Hillside Development Standards. The height limit for the Montecito Ridgeline Hillside in the urban area is 25 feet. The maximum height of the proposed dwelling is 34 feet, 10 3/4 inches, and this exceedance was approved by the Montecito Board of Architectural Review and is allowed per section 35.452.040 of the Montecito Land Use Development Code. This project is categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to sections 15.302 and 15.303 of CEQA guidelines. Section 15.302 exempts the replacement or reconstruction of existing structures and facilities where the new structure will be located on the same site as the structure replaced and will have substantially the same purpose and capacity as the structure that is being replaced. Section 15.303 exempts the construction and location of a limited number of new small facilities or structures. The construction of the new dwelling will not cause any major environmental impacts on the site because the new dwelling will be located on the existing graded pad. Policy consistency. Staff recommends that the project would be consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan and the Montecito Land Use Development Code. As proposed, the project will comply with the purpose and intent of the E1 Zone District, as well as all required development standards for the E1 Zone District. Recommendations. Staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval of the project, determine that the project is exempt from CEQA guidelines, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes staff presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions your commission may have. Thank you.
Did the sound go out?
Chair Kubiak, I think you're muted.
Sorry, that was me. Commissioner Miller.
Oh, I think my hand is up from the previous thing. I'm sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Keller.
Take my hand down.
Thank you. Several questions. One is there's a height. Would you mind going over the exceeding the amount that it exceeds by the approved height? Would you mind just repeating those figures, Mr. Jimenez?
Yes. Here we go. Commissioner Keller, through the chair, the proposed height for the structure will be 34 feet and 10 3/4 inches. The maximum in that ridgeline hillside area is 25 feet, but it can be exceeded if approved by the Montecito Board of Architectural Review, which it has been.
Okay, question, but we are the determining body for the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. So if we do not find justification for exceeding that height limit, I understand that we have that capacity. Can I just clarify that, Mr. Wilson?
Commissioner Keller, through chair, I'll circle back with that for you. I'll have an answer for you.
Okay, I mean, yes, you can say the MBAR can approve it, just like they can approve a building that is almost 20% over the allowed FAR, but certainly that is an area that we should have some discretion in as well. I would appreciate.
I believe this commission does.
Yeah, Commissioner Keller, through the chair. I'm looking up the code section and I'll give you that answer if you want to move on to another question.
Thank you. And then under the CEQA guidelines where it says the replacement or reconstruction of existing facilities and structures where it will be located on the same site as the structure were placed. I mean, they're contemplating over 4,000 cubic yards of cut. And it looks from the plans as though that is primarily in the area in front of the residence, or maybe you could explain to me a little better since it's not indicated. I say in front, but I'm talking about the view that is facing us in the photos of the proposed.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, a majority of that grading is actually taking place for the construction of the proposed basement. So it will be directly underneath the existing pad and the driveway. A good portion of the proposed grading is also going towards widening the driveway and adding those fire turnarounds.
I see. But in spite of 4,000 cubic yards of, it is still considered the quote, same site. It seems to me as though that is a significant alteration of the building site.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair. No, the house is, what CEQA is usually looking for is if they're building new grading pads or putting a house in a completely different location. In this instance, they're putting it in almost the exact same location, which minimizes impacts to the rest of the property.
I see. So the significant amount of cut doesn't apply here, you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Also, just out of curiosity, I had trouble from the elevations because of the geographic situation of Montecito in terms of where the ocean is. Would you just clarify for me? So the west elevation is the side facing the ocean. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so it would be corresponding to what we see as the face of the proposed project?
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. And the other questions, the proposed project is extremely white, whereas the elevations shown have a gray pattern. Has there been any discussion or confirmation of the finished color of the house?
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, no, not as of this moment, but it does need to go back to the Montecito Board of Architectural Review for further approval.
Right, and so that would factor into its visibility and its impact on the surrounding neighborhood if it were of a color that would be more obvious or apparent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And one other thing I wanted to ask, were there any, when it was prepared and presented before NBAR, were there any comparisons of FARs of surrounding neighborhood properties? As I mentioned, this is a 6-acre property, I believe, and the allowed FAR for that is 10,700 square feet.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, I do not believe there were any additional FAR studies, but I would defer to the agent. Perhaps they have prepared something for the next presentation of the Montecito Board of Architectural Review.
Given that the FAR of 10,700 feet means that the proposed construction is almost 2,000 feet over the allowed FAR and is almost 20% greater than the allowed FAR. It does not appear that that was much of a subject for discussion at MBAR, and I'm wondering if that did come up. Maybe this may be a better question for the agent, and so I will reserve that question. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Senauer.
Yes, thanks. I do have questions, and I think it would be most appropriate to wait until there's a presentation by the applicant agent. So it could be addressed there if needed, and then go back to staff as needed. So I will hold off until we have the applicant presentation. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Miller.
When we were proceeding with this, I was thinking this might kind of be going along relatively quickly. Is there any consideration that we would want to, if this is going to take a little longer, to factor in a lunch break?
Well,
a question you're welcome to shoot down with your prerogative as the chair, Mr. Kubiak. So
well, I don't want to drag everybody into a point of having a low blood sugar attack. Why don't we do this? Let us have Mr. Yes, sir.
Since Susan's going to leave at 2. Let's just give it a go for 30 minutes. And if we can't get done, we can take a break, but let's try to get it done. I
agree. Let's continue. I would like, Mr. Fort, can you make your presentation?
Sure. If staff can pull it up for me, please.
We're working on that.
Okay. Maybe while we're waiting, Chair Kupiak addressed this to Commissioner Keller. Yes, we did submit an FAR study to MBAR, and it was reviewed. And I believe it's even reflected in the MBAR comments that we'll get to here in a few minutes, that they took a look at it and they're okay with the overage. And we definitely, we heard from MBAR Commissioner Watson on that, who watches that very closely on behalf of MBAR. And they did comment. It was presented, and they did comment they were okay with it. If we're ready here, is that, I guess I'll just say next slide when I'm ready, but just real quick, appreciate everyone's time. Thank you, Alex, for the presentation and your efforts while we've been processing. Thank you, commissioners, for your time over the last couple of days. My name is Steve Fort with Suzanne Ellis Planning and Permitting. With me today is Tim Bryant, our architect, Caleb Simon, who is also with Tim Bryant Architects, Chantal Vo, our landscape architect, Joe Podegras with Peak Surveys and Civil Engineering, who is doing our civil and our stormwater plan. And I believe Catherine Melkin, our property owner, is still tuned in as well. Next slide, please. Just, overview, key considerations. I'll try not to repeat what Alex was into, what Alex addressed. Again, same building site. It's generally not visible. And just to reiterate what Mr. Seward said from staff is that, yes, we are not significantly manipulating this site at all. We're using the same building site, and most of the grading is involved under the existing house and some grading to accomplish the Montecito Fire Protection District requirements. No ESHA on site. We're hoping to relocate about 20 existing olive trees that need to be relocated in order to accommodate some of the fire protection district requirements. There are 7 olives that are proposed to be removed up by the motor court. Those aren't oaks. They aren't necessarily specimen trees, but we're confident that what we're proposing in either reusing or replacing those 20 olive trees next to the driveway and will be sufficient. And we need to match the existing olive alley that goes up the driveway. And then the trees that are being removed by the motor court are intended to be replaced. We aren't requesting any modifications. We already went over the ridge line hillside height exception. And again, that was reviewed favorably by MBAR and is reflected in their comments. Next slide, please. Just an aerial view of the site. One question that I actually had for the architect, because it hadn't come up with me, and it's not required to be on our plans yet, but when we get to our building and safety submittal, and we are required to demonstrate that we're able to provide a certain amount of solar, I am aware that we need to place about 500 square feet, give or take, of solar panels. And the team has been looking at that sort of tan area that's within the loop of the driveway, wouldn't be visible from offsite, or perhaps, if not there, perhaps some rooftop installations. And I do want to emphasize that, you know, solar systems are exempt from design review and from permitting requirements, but it does get plan checked by building and safety when we get there. Next slide, please. These are some photos of the existing house across the top. I don't know if that's centered or not, but the garden shed on the bottom left, and then the existing legal non-conforming second unit on the bottom right. Next slide, please. And I kind of just wanted to scroll through this and then the next slide real quick, just to kind of show where the existing site plan and then the proposed site plan. On the next slide, please. We're proposing to build in the same area. The extensive gardens that are to the left and to the below the house on the plan here, none of that is proposed to be changed. Gorgeous gardens on the estate there are all proposed to stay. Next slide, please. That's just a zoom in of the proposed site plan in case we want it for reference. I will point out, it was brought up that there were some, we have made some revisions since the last time we went to MBAR. It's nothing that's going to be able to be seen off-site. If you kind of look at the house and go to the left of the house, there's a cabana has been separated from the house by a trellis just north of the pool there as you look at it. And as you go across the motor court, on the top left of the motor court, there is a 1-car covered garage on the opposite side of the entry to the motor court. Those two structures, cabana and the 1-car garage, and the trellis on the bottom side of the motor court, along with some balconies that were added to second floor windows on the front of the house, are essentially the revisions since the last time we've been to MBAR. Next slide, please. Just a section above. The top section is the existing structure. The bottom section is the proposed structure, showing it at the proposed 34 feet, 10 inches. The existing structure is 28 feet, by the way, on the top section. Next slide, please. Some renderings that you've sort of already seen. We can go through these fairly quickly. That oak tree is going to stay. We're actually removing some fill around the base of that oak tree that we think is going to help the long-term health of that oak tree. Next slide. This is a rendering from, I think you referred to it as the west side. I might call it the south side. This is kind of the ocean facing side, but you can see the cabana I referenced on the left and the trellis there. Again, not visible from off-site. Next slide, please. This is a rendering from if you're standing up in the garden looking down, the motor court would be in front of you in the back of the proposed house there. Next slide, please. story pole photos here. I think some or all of you came up and saw the story poles, but this is from when we story poled it, and MBAR did a site visit. So that massing that we story poled that you're essentially seeing here remains as proposed. Next slide, please. These are some photos from when the story poles were up. On the left, top left, is from Sycamore Canyon Road, and it was just a general photo I took. And on the right is a zoom in of that, and you can see that you can barely see the proposed poles there, just peek over the trees. So it's comparable essentially to what you're seeing now. And again, you need to stop your car and look up there to be able to peek through the trees and see the proposed structure. And the bottom view, bottom left, is a picture from the intersection. I think it's Sycamore Canyon and Alston and Mill Road, that intersection down below there. And on the right is just a zoom in, and you can barely see some story pole lines that are buried in the trees there on the right. Next slide, please. Elevations, I know we just saw these. I'll have a couple of comments. I'm going to kind of summarize the architectural comments on this. And again, our architect, Kim Bryant, is available for questions. The key things, we got favorable comments from MBAR. The eaves have actually been lowered from the existing house, and the roof pitch has been raised. Again, trying to capture a sort of a classic estate style, make it elegant, match the elegance and the formality of the gardens that exist on site. Sort of a classic older look. Breaking up the roof line, massing was something that we were conscious of. Maximizing views with windows. And then they are proposing a brick with a whitewash of some sort, and like was pointed out, we will be going back to MBAR and presenting that final color that we're proposing. And the roof is proposed to be a terracotta, but it will be a reddish, that sort of red terracotta color. Next slide, please. This is I guess it would be the north elevation, and on the right is that single car garage on the opposite side of the entry to the motor court. Next slide, please. This is the front elevation. I'll call it the front elevation, the front of the house. Again, just would reiterate some of the comments about breaking up the roof line. And we added two balconies to the windows on the sides of the front elevation there. Next slide, please. And this should be the pool or cabana side. We are proposing, as was shown in the rendering, and we'll show to MBAR, a little more of a trellis or a little more elevation on the trellis / pergola between the backside of the house and the cabana on the left. Next slide, please. Landscape plan is really limited to just around the house. Those trees that you see along the driveway curve there, those are the olive trees that will either be reused or replaced. Again, we need to put a hammerhead turn over there and in doing that, adjust the radii of that curve for the fire department. But as you can see, we're keeping it pretty tight to the house, any proposed landscaping. There's some boxwoods out in the front, some kind of formal geometric garden type shapes, and then replacing those trees that are proposed to be removed where we're sort of jogging over the entry to the motor court. And some rows of lavender in that sort of purplish, light blue, light green area down below there. Next slide is the lighting plan, which again we're keeping it very modest. MBAR will look at these fixtures and I would presume they would approve them. They're all hooded and downlights, not a lot proposed there. It's all adjacent to the house where it's in an elevation where no one will see it from offsite. Next slide, please. We are proposing a new entry gate. It's going to generally be the same brick and sort of wash that we'll propose at the house. Wrought iron gates outside of the right-of-way, outside of setbacks, so it doesn't require a CUP or a road encroachment permit. Next slide, please. This is just the stamp plan from the Fire Protection District. And if you go to the next slide, I have a zoom in just to show what's being proposed on the driveway that wraps up. We're, due to the length of the driveway, that we're being required to put in 2 turnouts that are in the 2 top arrows there, or maybe I should say pullouts. Just a place that if there's people coming and going or truck, a place for someone to pull off and let a truck through, and then a hammerhead in the lower portion of the driveway. Again, due to the length of the driveway, the district is requiring that, or all of these improvements. Next slide, please. We did have a historic structures report prepared by Ron Nye, and it was identifying that the structure, there'd been enough revisions and changes, some permitted, some not over the years, that it doesn't qualify for listing. Next slide, please. Just a brief discussion too. The owner has had the foundation of the existing structure analyzed by GeoSolutions, and they ran into a lot of concern about the condition of the concrete in the foundations. Some walls were eroding and could be chipped away. Other core samples just fell apart before they could even really analyze them. So just wanted to give you some background that the foundation has been looked at, and part of the rebuild of the house will be a new foundation as it is needed. Next slide, please. Stormwater, we have a Tier 3 stormwater plan that's been plan checked by Flood Control and Project Clean Water, and they're on board with it. Essentially, stormwater is being, very generally, stormwater is being routed through landscaped areas, and then it's going to go to some tanks and some pipes for storage. And as necessary, any excess from a larger type storm will actually go into a dry well and then be dispersed at the bottom of the dry well back into the ground. Real couple of statistics: the pre-project impervious surface, 46,500 square feet. The post-project impervious surface is 47,200 square feet. So we're adding about 700, give or take, square feet of impervious surface, which is pretty reasonable. And I wouldn't say excessive. Someone asked about the roof area of the house, and that is approximately 7,700 square feet. But it's the way the math works out when you're doing the stormwater plan, when you're creating or replacing certain square footages, is what triggers you into where we're at Tier 3. The motor court is proposed to be permeable, and there will be a maintenance agreement in place with county flood control as typically required of a project like this. Next slide, please. Just a summary of the MBAR comments: that the FAR was acceptable, height is acceptable, they generally like the project. We did have a storyful site visit with them, and we're anxious to get back to them and move forward. Next slide, please. The house, I'm close to wrapping up here. A couple final points. The house isn't visible from public viewing points. Again, it's proposed on the same footprint as the existing dwelling. We aren't proposing significant or massive site grading. We're not changing the site significantly. We're addressing concerns about the structural integrity of the foundation. We aren't proposing to remove any oak trees. Existing landscaping and gardens remain. We're going to continue to use the existing curb cut off of Sycamore Canyon Road, and we're improving the emergency access for sure on the driveway up to the house. There was, in some of our ex parte communications, there was some questions about a well. There is a well on the property directly to the south, also owned by the same owner, that is used for irrigation and sort of supplementing that irrigation use in order to keep them within their MW Montecito Water District allocation. And I think I'll jump to the next slide, which I think is my last slide. I just wanted to address hoping you folks will make the development plan findings and the CEQA findings to approve the project. I just wanted to emphasize that we do have conditions of approval that are proposed and in place that address construction hours, dust control, construction equipment upkeep, having an on-site contact for the county and for neighbors as needed. We'll have a construction, storage, and washout area. And I would presume that those types of things, as well as truck staging and parking for workers, will be in that motor court area, kind of behind the existing house. What else I want to say? We have the standard APCD condition letter that deals with dust control, upkeep of equipment. And with that, I will thank you and let you know that we're available for questions. Again, I'm here, our architect, and our team is here as well. Thanks.
Terrific. Thanks, Steve. We are going to take questions from the commissioners. I'm sorry, are we ready for, is it public comment time?
I think so.
Yeah, I think we have to open this to public comment for anybody who wants to comment from the public on this project. David, do we have any speaker slips?
Chair Kupiec, we do have one speaker. Stacy Brady. Stacy, if you could unmute yourself.
Actually, no, I'm with Tim Bryant Architects. I just registered with the Gmail address.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
So, yep. Thank you.
Ms. Brady was the only one who had signed up, so I think that we're...
Great. There's no other comments. We will close public comment and move on to commissioner questions. Commissioner Miller.
Muted.
I'm sorry, my hand was up incorrectly. I apologize.
No, that's okay. Commissioner Senauer.
Yes, thanks to both staff and Mr. Fort for your presentation. Are there a couple references?
I'm sorry, Nicholas, I was off mute. I was on mute there. One more time.
Santa Barbara Vendors, our foundation members call us doing that Holiday Hope program for local farm workers. And so they're looking for wineries to
Commissioner
sponsor.
Miller, you're
So I'm suggesting we
Marshall, you need to mute. Let's go back to Commissioner Senauer.
Thank you. Thank you, staff and the applicant, Mr. Fort, for your presentations. A couple of questions. If we can go back, you addressed solar. Can you basically detail that a bit more? Is it a requirement or is it not to this build? You have two sites you're thinking of. It's not required, of course, on the roof, but if you could address that, first of all, solar.
I might defer to Tim Bryant or Caleb as to whether it's definitely required.
Okay.
Yeah, it's required by Title 24. So we were planning to put some of it on the roof. There's a depressed area on the roof, and there's also a lower section of the garden that we were going to put it in, and it's pretty not very visible. So we need about 500 square feet of it. So it's a significant amount of coverage that we don't want to make it as concealed as possible, but we do have room for it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And utilities are undergrounded at this point and will continue to be undergrounded?
Yes. Yeah. We have a generator that's on a pad that's above ground, but all the other utilities are underground and concealed.
Okay, so that's a backup generator. Is it diesel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And regarding the cut of about 7,000 plus square feet, and it's primarily for the basement, my understanding. The export disposal site is not determined at this time. I take it there's not going to be any application upon the existing site, but it will be all export. And I'm not sure if the determination is made. I talked to Mr. Ford about this a bit, when that parameter is made or that determination is made for export.
I just want to clarify, we've estimated the basement's going to require about 3,400 cubic.
I'm sorry.
I think you might have said 7,000 or 8,000.
I did, yeah. I'm thinking of the roof impermeable. That's what I was thinking. So it's only 3,400 for the basement?
Yes, and estimated now. But yes, when we're going through the grading permit process and the hall permit process, we would be required to ID the route out of the site in any receiving site.
Okay. And for transport, the driveway, I understand with fire, except for the turnaround in the hammerhead, does the driveway also, the entire a path of the driveway have to be widened also?
I believe it's only certain areas where it needs to be widened 16 feet. For whatever reason, it kind of varies a little bit right now, and it's fairly close to 16, but I think it's certain areas where it'll need to be expanded out to 16 feet.
Okay. And the water budget, I understood your details that to stay within MWD's requirement of historical use, it's 3.5, something like that. And then the overage would go from groundwater that exists from a well that is adjacent to an undeveloped, adjacent to this property to the south. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. And as far as FAR, it's 125%.
124.
124. Does that include the additions of the two that MBAR have not seen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all for now. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Commissioner Palice.
Regarding the project and the haul off, which is really, to me, that's the only significance, actually improving the driveway by virtue of those hammerheads and lane extensions that's great. But I was just wondering, what is the timing, do you believe, of this project as far as the removals, the demolition, and then the hauling of material? Are we looking at a year, 2 years, 6 weeks, 6 months? What do you think?
We've discussed this internally some. Demolition would probably be about 2 to 3 months.
From now?
From when it starts.
So my question of it is, when do you think this will occur?
As soon as the county will give us a building permit. No, I would say, plant check's going to take 3 to 4 months or so. So I would say, where are we now? October, probably spring. Start getting into it. Start working.
So it would probably be in the best interest for the material to go north, not south, considering the freeway construction. But
right.
I guess it's all about how you can dispose of it and the expense of that,
and where we can identify it to go.
Right.
Who's looking?
Yeah. Because I understand that 7/8 of the material in Randall will be gone by the end of this year, so there won't be competing traffic but you won't be going all the way. You won't be going to the east, I wouldn't think, at least not East Valley or San Ysidro.
I wouldn't think so unless there was a specific project over there that wanted to use it for fill.
Yeah, well, okay. It seems like to me this is really one of the more important aspects of this construction is getting rid of that material. But you answered my question as well as you could. Thank you.
Commissioner Keller? You're muted. Commissioner Keller, you're muted.
I was getting a notice that only the host can share in the meeting. I must have poked the wrong button. Apologies. It's curious to me that my colleague, Commissioner Senauer, is concerned about utilities, and my colleague, Commissioner Puliche, is concerned about roads and transportation. And my primary concern has always been neighborhood compatibility. And when I see that the architect is based in New York and the owner is based in Chicago, and I am worried that there is not as much consideration for neighborhood compatibility as could be. I'm concerned about the letter that hasn't been addressed that was sent to the MBAR by Jacqueline Lowther Phillips, the immediate neighbor, and she referenced extensive construction and large-scale landscaping properties for the past 10 years. And I'm wondering if that was addressed by MBAR or if that has been something that has been dealt with, and if you could give me an update on those concerns or an explanation of those concerns, Mr. Ford.
I could hit on a few things. I'm aware that the team, in terms of like pre-construction services, is in conversations with John Madden Construction, who's a local contractor. Just to let you know that local contractors are in the running to do this project. What else? You know, I mentioned that we'll have conditions of approval about hours and dust control, et cetera. We'll also have a permit compliance case that we'll need to set up, which basically funds a staff person at planning to be the permit compliance person and make sure, you know, dust control is in place. And if there are complaints coming in, they're the one that can help coordinate that. There was something about, in terms of ongoing noise, you know, they have extensive gardens up there. They're doing a fair amount of maintenance, probably daily up there. I am aware that they've been trying to transition to electric equipment that's a little bit quieter. They are sensitive to the noise that they create up there, kind of like right now on an ongoing basis. The county, you know, I would encourage. Well, I should go back to the letter. The letter was submitted the first time we went to MBAR. Didn't come up the second time, and it wasn't sort of resubmitted or reiterated the second time that I recall. But visually, I'm confident that visually where that letter came from, that property is separated. Will there be some noise? I'm sure there will be some truck noise and some, you know, grating noise. I do, you know, just kind of personally looking at it, I think that the motor court is big enough to accommodate some trucks and kind of keep the need to be backing up all the time and clicking those beepers on when a truck is backing up. I think the size of the motor court can help to mitigate that in terms of trucks backing up and making all that noise. You know, we have a construction project here next to our house, and, you know, I hate to have to get myself involved, but it does help for the neighbors. Hey, give the permit compliance person your name and number and kind of keep in touch with them and be a little bit assertive and get involved. Maybe attend the pre-con meeting when the county grading inspectors and the whole construction team is out there, and you know, let people know that you're next door and you want to be informed and you want to stay in tune and make sure the rules are followed. I hope that addressed your question in a few ways.
Well, I was just concerned because
Sure.
There's a complaint about extensive construction and large-scale landscaping for the past 10 years. But given the scope of this construction, that's going to be nothing compared to what the next several years will mean. And I'm sorry. And so I'm concerned about the impact on the neighbors. Not just this neighbor, but we didn't see any kind of an aerial view of where the other residences are. And although the only MBAR minutes we have are the ones from July 1st that you cited that said, you know, FAR is acceptable, height is acceptable. There's no record of any kind of discussion or research done about that. And having served briefly on MBAR myself, I know that the architects are swayed by good architectural design and don't necessarily take neighborhood compatibility into account. And currently there is no representative on MBAR who represents the community. They all happen to be architects at this point. And I'm very disturbed by the amount to which this exceeds the allowable FAR. And I'm very concerned about the amount that this exceeds the height. It looks to me like there's a considerable room for the roof line to be lowered and still have good architectural design, because the roof line itself is 10 feet above, not to mention the chimneys. And the problem with this is, yes, this is not visible from public view, but other people will use this as a stepping stone to say, okay, they were given a 20% increase. We deserve that too. And I think that this just pretty soon means any kind of architectural guidelines have absolutely no validity or relevance unless there is some evidence to stay within them, or a really, like with the hillside property we just saw that exceeded the height by a small amount. That was necessary for it to be constructed. In this instance, it appears to be just a product of the design. And I am disturbed that this has been found acceptable by MBAR, because I personally do not find it acceptable. In spite of the fact that I like the design, I accept that this property needs to be replaced. It does look as though it has extensive structural damage that should be remedied, and that new construction would certainly take advantage of that. But the combination of 4,000 feet in excess of the living space FAR plus 6,000 square feet of basement just makes for a massive structure, massive. And I think that we should be much more vigilant about this, allowing this in our community. So thank you. That's really not a question, that's a position statement. I did not, however, Mr. Fort, any evidence that you did submit comparable FARs in the area. And was that something you did? And is that something you could provide us with?
We did provide that to MBAR for sure. And they took a look at it.
So there was a neighborhood compatibility study done.
Yeah, we studied about 20 to 30 other adjacent properties.
Right. I would have expected that would happen. Well, if we're finished with the presentation, let's move on to commissioner discussion.
Why was that information not made available to us, since we do have concerns about neighborhood compatibility and consistency with the architectural guidelines?
This is the first I heard of it. It is in the public record for the MBAR archives, or the MBAR records.
Well, I'm sorry, all we were given was the very brief statement made on July 1st. So we didn't have any record of their having a discussion or having any of that presented to them, or any comments in that regard. So that's unfortunate.
Commissioner Wilson, I'm Commissioner Wilson, Jeff Wilson. I'll make you a commissioner yet.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, if it's okay with you, Chair, I had promised Commissioner Keller to be able to respond to her question about height. And if whenever you would like me to do that, I can.
Please do so.
So I've taken a moment to look at the ordinance. And if you also refer to your staff report in regards to heights, the project as proposed meets the ordinance requirements in regards to the height of the structure and also the exceedance of the chimney, which the ordinance does cap at 50 feet. However, this project is subject to the ridge line hillside development guidelines. And when you look at the ordinance, those guidelines may be adjusted through review by the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. And that gives, the ordinance gives the Board of Architectural Review that purview to make those adjustments. So currently, any adjustments to those guidelines isn't under the purview of the Montecito Planning Commission today. It would be if it was on appeal from the Montecito Planning Commission or from the BAR. However, the Montecito Planning Commission does have discretion on the project as proposed in order to make the findings, the development plan findings. So that's where I would recommend the commission to look at if they are able to make those findings or not. So Commissioner Keller, hopefully that addresses your question.
Sorry, would you just clarify? So we can't make determinations about specific height, but in terms of finding that the project matched the findings, we could say that it did not meet the findings. Is that correct?
Commissioner Keller, to the chair. The Planning Commission does have broad discretion to make the findings related to the project as proposed. So if there's a finding that the commission can't make, then we would look for evidence in the record to support either making or not making that finding. But in regards to the ridgeline hillside development guidelines, that's under the purview of the BAR as far as making those adjustments to those guidelines.
Thank you. I understood that. I'm trying to understand that if we wished to make a finding that this project was excessive, how would that be couched in terms of a finding?
Commissioner Keller, through the chair. I'd recommend I'd leave that to the discretion of the Planning Commission in regards to whether or not you can make the finding.
Right.
I'm not going to be able I'm not going to be able to articulate that. The commission has that discretion to whether or not they can make a finding.
And we shall discuss this. Commissioner Police.
Jeff, this may be a question for you. So just to satisfy Susan's need for more information, and I'm not saying that sarcastically at all, but why don't we have more information from MBAR? Why are we have this? Number one, FAR is acceptable. Was that it? Is there discussion that they could share with us? Is there a reason why we don't have more? Is that just a traditional way we just don't share information?
You know, I would just comment that having sat on MBAR for 4 years, for any project of this type or magnitude, there is a neighborhood compatibility study always done.
Yeah.
It is examined to decide whether or not the project is well an exceedance, not an exceedance. This may not be the only property within its proximity that generates a FAR that's over what the concerned prescribed limit is. But you know, I just want to comment. I mean, you know, I believe we are a kind of a review body, but also an appellate body. You know, we have a board of architectural review for a reason. And usually these projects go before MBAR for a much more lengthy time than we review it. And right. I think that I think their judgments are, certainly do take into account neighborhood compatibility. And I think I would not suggest otherwise.
Okay, I can buy that, Bob. But my other question would be, it says here that they haven't had, do they have preliminary approval already by the board of MBAR? Because it looks here, it says can return for preliminary approval. So I just wonder.
Yeah, they do not have preliminary approval.
And don't we normally come in between the preliminary and the final? I mean, are we coming early?
No, after conceptual, this can come before us, before they go back for preliminary approval.
Okay.
Commissioner Miller.
I'm unclear. Was this formally appealed, or is this being driven by just
There is no
an automatic appeal?
There is no appeal on this. This is coming before us because it's a development plan that winds up the size of the project triggers a development plan, and we see all development plans. That's why it's coming before us.
So should we be scoping this? Would we come if MBAR gives preliminary approval and someone else decides to appeal it? Would we be seeing this again?
Yes.
So we should, is it, and I don't want to put words in other commissioners' mouths, but should we be only understanding it in the scope of its kind of initial view, and then treating if there is an appeal, kind of the kind of dealing with the broader questions if they are appealed? Is that what you're articulating as an appellate body?
Yes. We are here to review this project as it's presented. If there's a neighbor who decides to appeal the decision of MBAR, it's coming back to the Planning Commission. I think we need to decide as a body whether or not the project meets our criteria for moving forward. I think we need to take into account the information that comes to us from MBAR about whether or not they approve it, or not. But I think we have our own opinions about, I think from Commissioner Keller's vantage point, if this project seems too large, too high, too tall, I mean, the way you exercise your opinion about that is you vote no.
So I'm sorry, Chair Kupiak, but we also need to base our opinion on findings. And one of the findings we need to make is that the project will not be incompatible with the surrounding area. So Commissioner Miller, we have to make those findings in order to approve or disapprove the project. So yes, we will get more specific if it is appealed to us, but in order to approve the development permit, we need to find that there is neighborhood compatibility.
I mean, I also want to add, though, in addition to neighborhood compatibility, one of the reasons that MBAR can review some of these things and, for argument's sake, make a determination that, additional height is allowed, could be because each one of these projects is dealt with specifically. Does this project impact other neighbors? Is it visible from another site? Well, I think all of those things are taken into consideration. I know what my opinion will be, having visited the site. I think the impact of the elevation of this house and the bulk of it, since most of it is being developed below ground, and looking at the floor plan, I understand the rationality that this particular client has for developing an extensive below ground compound to support the activities of the project, that this project in its size and scale affects no one other than the applicant. And I think that from my vantage point, there's some subjective issues here. It may not be my style of project, but I think the project is fairly well thought out. I think that from the vantage point of some of people's concerns about whether or not the construction impact will be great, I'm glad to hear that they're discussing the project with a contractor like John Madden or somebody of his caliber, because I think the way you mitigate the length and the disturbance that a project causes is you have somebody that's a very qualified project manager and builder to make sure that the project runs smoothly. That's my opinion. Commissioner Senauer.
Thank you. Point of order. Are we in deliberations?
We're in discussion.
We're in discussion.
Yes, we're in deliberations. We're in discussion.
We are in deliberations.
Yes.
Okay. I was not clear at what point we are, but it certainly sounded like we were in deliberations.
Yes, when I mentioned that we were now to discuss the project once Steve's presentation was complete.
Okay. I have some thoughts about the questions that Commissioner, both Police and Commissioner Keller brought up vis-a-vis MBAR. I think the way at least I have viewed the MBAR presentations of a project that would be before us is I go to the audio and I go to the video and I listen to the entire discussion, if it's 1, 2, or 3, okay, presentations. So I have an overview of the discussion, okay? So that's up to a commissioner if they want to do that, or they just want to get the bare bones, which is 1, 2, 3, and 4, etc. But I would encourage, if this is to the commissioners, if in fact this is a concern, that they review the audio and when the video is presented at their leisure, really. It's very informative and very, very helpful. Regarding neighborhood compatibility, you know, there's always that, and it does affect all of our wherever we live in Montecito, and that can go to, well, yes, but it's a neighborhood in transition. Okay, so you have all this, all the lexicon and descriptive that can change back and forth, whatever. But in this particular site, there is no, as far as compatibility, it is isolated as far as the 2 site visits I got. If you look downward in elevation, you can see surrounds. But it is particularly, the site is very, very isolated, okay? As far as the neighbor who wrote MBAR regarding noise, which is, I believe they are directly to the north. I did reach out and I got no connection with the phone or the email. So I did make an effort to see if they were interested in, sometimes when you have a notification that via the 300 foot notification, you lose track. So I just wanted to make sure that perhaps they didn't understand that it would be before us. So I did make that outreach to no avail. But I do think this project is particular to the site. And I think ownership, if they're out of state or wherever, is not germane. All of Montecito, there's a lot in Montecito that is not owned by individuals who are Californians or Montecitans. So I think that is an outlier to any consideration or discussion. Thank you.
You're muted, Bob.
Sorry, the gardeners are out there blowing. Commissioner Miller.
I am leaning towards approval of this project. I appreciate that this letter came through, but it seemed to be more about the process of construction than a concern about whether this actually happens or not. And I would hope that the process considerations are factored in. But other than that, if we're not having a negative feedback from the community about this, and I appreciate the concerns about, we have building envelope rules for a reason, and they should not be handled blithely, but there is a context here. So I'm is it impacting others, the fact that we are outside of conformance in that way? And I am I can see my way clear to voting yes on this now, but definitely reconsidering neighborhood compatibility questions if neighbors raise compatibility questions, I guess, is where I'm coming down on this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Keller?
I will acknowledge the implied criticism of Commissioner Senauer, and I respect the fact that she has the time to make the kind of investment in her decisions that she does. That's very admirable. And yes, I am going with the bare bones facts, but on paper, this project would appear to be outside of what I consider compatible. However, not having had the ability to make a site visit and appreciate the specifics of this property, I would probably vote to abstain on my vote this time, since I was not able to make that visit. I do want to express my concern that having served only 1 year on MBAR rather than 4 years, it was my observation as the community representative of MBAR, not as an architect, that the architects tended to automatically approve a 10% overage in FAR, and this being a 20% overage, I think might unfortunately set a new precedent. And that's something that concerns me, because I don't think it is to the benefit of Montecito to have larger and larger properties and development. I think it has an impact on the quality of life of the entire community because of the construction impacts and on the and how if the ripple effect of having one very large project approved, then the next very large project will find their way easily paved toward making that happen and making those exceptions. So those are my comments and my anticipation of my vote. Thank you.
I am going to ask the commission for someone to make a motion.
I want to make a motion that we approve this project as brought forth without exception.
Is there a second?
A second.
A roll call vote?
Commissioner Police,
Yes.
Commissioner Keller,
Abstain.
Commissioner Senauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Chair Kupiec.
Yes.
Motion passes 401.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation, and
Thanks all. Appreciate it.
I'm hoping we do not see you back here, or at least for this project.
Exactly. I'll have others.
Before, if you offer an adjournment, Chair, I would like to thank, and I was remiss not thanking the first project staff and applicants, et cetera, for their presentations, et cetera, and for this project also. Thank you to staff. We have new staff, appreciate their efforts, and also to the applicant. So I apologize, I missed the first the first thank you, but hopefully this will go out to both presentation staff and applicants. Thank you very much.
Well, I thank everyone for their participation today, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
I don't think you need a motion in any case.
In any case, we're adjourned.
I third that. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
You all.
Thanks, Jeff.